Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will open the second Global Forum on Global Change, Law and Institutions on the theme of current issues of Green ODA, and we will have an opening ceremony, and President Kye-Hong of Korea Legislation Research Institute will deliver his opening remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to see you all. I'm Kim Kye-Hong, President of Korea Legislation Research Institute. I'd like to sincerely welcome you all who are joining us with interest in our forum, online and offline. In addition, I'd like to welcome and thank experts who are joining us at home and abroad. Climate Change Legislation Research Team of KLRI planned to hold the Global Forum on Climate Change Law and Institutions 4 times this year following 2021. We held the first forum under the title Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and NDC Implementation by Republic of Korea, and today we are holding the second forum on current issues of Green ODA. So this institution will open the forum for this discussion, and I'd like to thank Senior Vice President Ko Youngsun of KDI for organizing the forum together with us. And my special thanks also go to Senior Advisor Park Chong-ho of CSDLAP, German Ambassador Mihail Reiffenstuel to Korea, President Dong-Woon of Korean Society of Climate Change Research for taking time out of their busy schedule to deliver welcome and congratulatory remarks. For developing countries in early stage of economic development is inevitable task. Considering ways to minimize the adverse impact of development on environment together, and discussing ways to support establishment of environmental infrastructure in developing countries are being embodied in the form of Green ODA. In response to global challenges of climate change, it's not an exaggeration to say that Green ODA has becoming a key agenda. The reason why the Green ODA is put at the center of the discussion in the international community is related to the completion of the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement at UN Climate Change Conference in last November. Implementation of development cooperation in climate and environmental field and ways to secure internationally transferred mitigation outcomes under Article 6 of Paris Agreement are being reviewed through Green ODA. In this regard, the point of discussion in the first forum under the theme of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and NDC implementation by the Republic of Korea and today's forum need to be considered together. In the panel discussion, too, there will be a discussion on perspectives of developing countries, and such a discussion, I think, will enrich our discussion points on the implementation of Green ODA. I'd like to thank Barbara Buchner, Global Managing Director of Climate Policy Initiative, Kaya Lassen, Director of Climate Finance Access and Deployment, Finance Center of the World Research Institute, Stefan Klingebell, Head of Inter- and Transnational Cooperation Program, German Development Institute, for making a presentation in this forum. I'd like to also thank Dr. Hyun Jun-won, Executive Director Kim Jong-wook, Head of Team Jung Ji-won, Lee Yeon-soo, and General Manager An Uk-sang for joining our panel discussion session. I'd like to express my deep appreciation to Professor Suh-Yong for making great efforts to make each forum possible. I hope that today's forum will be a good opportunity for experts to share their experience and knowledge, and for participants to communicate your diverse opinion. I hope that exchanges and cooperations in the legislation field will continue to respond to climate change. I hope that today's forum will be a pleasant and valuable forum for exchanges, and thank you all again for attending this forum. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Senior Vice President Ko Youngsun from KDI for his welcoming remarks. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ko Youngsun, Senior Vice President of Korea Development Institute. I think it is very meaningful that Korea Legislation Research Institute and KDI, thank you for joining us. And when I read the newspaper this morning, climate change is continuing. And with the growing interest in environmental and climate change issues, I think it is very meaningful to hold this event jointly by the Korea Legislation Research Institute and KDI. I'd like to thank President Kye-Hong of the Korea Legislation Research Institute and the organizers. And I'd like to also thank Professor Suh-Yong, presenters and discussants for joining us. The government has made a lot of efforts to resolve climate crisis since 2020. As part of the effort, last year, Carbon Neutrality Committee was established and Framework Act on Low Carbon Green Growth was promulgated. Since the Framework Act on the carbon neutrality was established, Korea clarified 2050 carbon neutrality as a national vision and incorporated the greenhouse reduction business under the article of the Paris Agreement in the enforcement decree. Now it is time for Korea to join the ranks of advanced countries. Korea advanced and elevated the greenhouse gas reductions target to 40% by 2030 and specified policy researches considering energy transition, power grid design, carbon pricing are required to implement and realize our target. KDI has conducted researches on changing environment, on carbon neutrality, and has conducted the Green ODA as part of economic development sharing experiences. We have proposed policy proposals regarding the energy transition, smart grid, and smart mobility, and proposed the natural disaster response system. It is found that the policy demand for resolving carbon neutrality and environmental issues of partner countries has increased. Now, it is time to check the implications and lessons learned from the policies on transition to eco-friendly and low-carbon economy and explore ways for environmentally sustainable development. Today, there will be presentations and discussions among domestic and overseas experts on the current issues of Green ODA. Presentations will be made by experts from Climate Policy Initiative, World Resource Institute, and German Development Institute, and followed by panel discussion among experts representing Green ODA in Korea. After the luncheon, the session to listen to perspectives of developing countries is planned. I hope that this forum will be a valuable foundation for the Green ODA and establishment of carbon neutrality policy to establish a sustainable future. Once again, thank you for joining us and welcome all of you. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Senior Advisor Park Chong-ho to CSDLAP for his welcoming remarks.
President Kye-Hong Kim of Korea Legislation Research Institute, Senior Vice President Youngsun of Korea Development Institute, His Excellency Michael Reiffenstuel, German Ambassador to the Republic of Korea, President Dong-Woon of Korea Society of Climate Change Research, participants from home and abroad, and distinguished guests. It's my great pleasure to deliver a congratulatory remark at the Global Seminar on Current Issues of Green ODA on behalf of the CSDLAP. Including Ukraine crisis, the international community is facing bigger challenges than at any other time, not just the issue of energy supply chain, but also the climate change issue that the world must address. makes it more challenging. Particularly, when it comes to developing countries lacking response capacity, they should resolve their own issues, thereby contributing to overall outcome of response of climate change of the global society. The Republic of Korea was one of the poorest countries in the 1960s, but now it's one of the top 10 leading nations growing at a rapid rate. In 2010, Korea acceded to the OECD DAC. Since then, it has been expanding ODA. Our country has about 10 years of history in this, but in the field of environment, including climate change, still it needs to further improve experience and capacity. Global climate change response requires cooperation with developing countries, and in this cooperation, the so-called blended finance issue is one of the core issues as far as I know. Public financial resources are relatively short compared with those of private sector. So if the public and private financial resources are utilized together to support developing countries, then we may come up with greater outcome. In the case of Korea, unlike other developing countries, assistance to support climate change response has been concentrated in the climate change adaptation. Now it's time for Korea to focus more on GHG mitigation. To this end, we must leverage characteristics of the Paris Agreement mechanism to contribute more not only to the developing countries but to meeting our NDC target so that we can limit temperature rise not only up to 2 degrees, which is the goal of the Paris Agreement, but also up to 1.5 degrees. In this vein, the Korea Forest Service, where I worked, and related ministries have been making efforts to implement REDD Plus in the forest sector to come up with mitigation outcomes through forest management of developing nations and enabling them to transfer the outcome to other countries or private companies for their climate finance and new growth engine. During all these efforts, innovative climate change ODA policies should be developed and implemented. Recently, President of Gabon met President Yoon of the Republic of Korea. During the summit meeting, the two presidents exchanged opinions on the potential cooperation for climate change utilizing rainforests. This is noteworthy indeed. I hope this event will be an opportunity for us to find systematic and creative ways to globally implement the Paris Agreement based on the climate change response capacity building of the developing countries. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음은
Thank you very much. Now we're going to invite first His Excellency Michael Reiffenstuel, German ambassador to the Republic of Korea, for the congratulatory remarks.
Many thanks. Dear Professor Chung, dear President Kim, dear Vice President Ko, dear Minister Park, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and guests. We are very pleased from the German Embassy to participate in the second Global Forum, the International Seminar on Current Issues on Green ODA. On behalf of the German Embassy, let me also express our appreciation for all the organizing institutions, and we are very pleased that we can participate and support this important event. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing the issue of green ODA couldn't be more timely. Let me be concrete. Changes that threaten us in the Antarctic are already unfolding in the Sahel region. Increase of 1.5 or 2 degrees means 5 degrees warmer in the Sahel. With every tenth of a degree of global warming that we can prevent, we help to preserve opportunities for development. And we also will be bolstering efforts, by the way, to fight terrorism. Terrorists recruit farmers' children as child soldiers because they cannot longer work on their fields and because there are no more fishes. For example, fishermen's sons also are recruited. The effects of the illegal war of aggression of Russia in the Ukraine are felt around the globe, from Africa to Asia. Food and energy prices are on the rise. Millions are forced into hunger and starvation. The effects of this war are hitting those hardest who already have been suffering from the impacts of the climate crisis due to floods, droughts, and storms. That makes one thing for us indisputably clear. The climate emergency is not an isolated crisis. It is the most challenging security issue of our time. And climate crisis, food crisis, and security issues are becoming more and more intertwined. These multiple global crises are endangering our climate and our environment, and they are causing severe impacts on our planet, lives, and livelihoods. And the next generation needs around the world this kind of world. Challenge, we have a lot, but on the other hand, we also have a major opportunity. If we will at least begin to bring the climate crisis under control, that will also contribute to security policy. And it will give us also a chance to rebuild greener and better and fairer. Germany, like Korea, recognizes this opportunity and is determined to make the right decisions for our planet's future. Both Korea and Germany are joining hands to overcome the COVID-19 economic effects, as well as tackling challenges associated with pressing environmental issues, such as biodiversity loss and pollution. Already today, we need to finally face up to a stark reality, that there are some climate impacts to which we will not be able to adapt. Loss and damage are a fact. Displacement is already happening. Developing countries rightly expect answers. Germany is committed to increase its support to these countries even more than in the past. These countries are hit hardest by climate crisis and bear the least responsibility for it, because they still really have no carbon emissions by their own. Therefore, it remains a high priority that we improve access to financing for vulnerable countries. Green official development assistance plays a critical role in supporting developing countries to address climate change. We will use our weight to see how we can best channel funds into helping them address loss and damage, both within the UN climate system and beyond. According to the OECD, total ODA reached a new peak in 2021, its highest level ever, mostly due to donor countries' support for COVID-19 activities like vaccine donations. In 2021, ODA rose in 23 DAC, so Development Assistance Committee member countries, an increase of almost 21% compared to 2020 from DAC countries, Korea. DAC members around the world have shown that in times of crisis, ODA resources can be maintained, or even much more important, it has to be increased. But certainly much more has to be done. As industrialized countries, we, both Korea and Germany, we must finally deliver on the $100 billion commitment for climate financing to developing countries. These affect developing and industrializing countries likewise. It is high time to fulfill this promise we made all together in Paris. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some great expert speakers amongst us here today. Their presentations will give us some valuable insights on how we can further strengthen our efforts to enhance the role of public finance for developing countries to address climate change, how we can work together and deepen international cooperation to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius goal within reach at least. And as I said before, it's not simply about discussing technical issues of 0.1 degree more or less or 2%. It touches on all our livelihood and it touches above all on the livelihood of our future generation. I wish you a successful conference. 감사합니다.
Next, I'd like to invite President Dong-Woon from Korean Society of Climate Change Research for his congratulatory remarks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joining you online due to I got COVID-19. Honorable President Kim Kye-Hong of Korea Legislation Research Institute, Senior Vice President Ko Youngsun of KDI, Senior Advisor Park Chong-ho of CSDLAP, former Minister of Korea Forest Service, German Ambassador to Korea. It is a great honor to hold a second global forum on climate change in 2022 under the theme of current issues of Green ODA together with implementation rules of Paris Agreement signed in 2015 was completed in COP24 in 2018 and COP16 in 2021. As Paris Agreement has been implemented in earnest since 2021, all parties need to fulfill their roles in all aspects, including mitigation and adaptation, technology, financial resources, and capacity building. After the approval for Special Report on Global Warming of IPCC 1.5 degrees Celsius UN Climate Summit in 2019 and COP25 in December 2019, the world has entered into the era of carbon neutrality. All G20 members declared carbon neutrality, and all OECD members except for Poland declared carbon neutrality, and Korea declared carbon neutrality by 2050 in October 2020. To reduce greenhouse gas reductions and achieve carbon neutrality, the role of technologies and financial resources is the most important factor. PV and wind power and other technologies available in the current market can achieve 80% of the greenhouse reductions target by 2030. However, it is said that to achieve the carbon neutrality target by 2050, new technologies such as hydrogen and bio should achieve 60% or more of the reduction target. To develop new technologies and make transition to low-carbon society, massive investment is required. Currently, it is expected that the global investment in energy supply will increase from $1.8 trillion in 2018 to $2 to $3 trillion in 2030 and $2.5 to $5 trillion in 2050. Stranded assets such as coal-fired power plants, which should be shut down, and fossil fuel deposits amount to $1 to $4 trillion on accumulative terms between 2015 and 2050, and based on discounted terms, it will reach to $10 to $20 trillion. $100 billion of Green Climate Fund to support developing countries' climate change response was agreed in COP16 at Cancun, Mexico in 2010, and at COP26 it was agreed to secure the target amount by 2025. But it is not expected that new and additional fund can be secured to fill our expected target. ODA instead of GCF will support and play a bigger role in response to climate change by developing countries. As President Kim Kye-Hong pointed out, ODA will be related to the utilization of the fund. So ODA is related to the international carbon market. So I think ODA and our discussion today will lead to the great measures and great response measures in the future. Finally, I'd like to thank the Korea Legislation Research Institute and Professor Suh-Yong for organizing this event. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 이것으로 개회식을
Thank you very much. With this, we're going to close the opening ceremony. At 10, we're going to resume for the session 1.
네, 지금부터
From now on, we're going to begin the forum. Before the presentation, I would like to invite Professor Suh-Yong, the head of the CSDLAP, will provide us an introduction of this seminar, objectives and opportunities of this seminar. He's currently the head of the CSDLAP, and also he is serving as a vice chair of the Korean Society of Climate Change Research.
I assume that 3 foreign speakers are online. Is that correct? Yes. So I know that we have a very different time difference between Seoul and then San Francisco and Washington, D.C., and then Bonn. And then I really appreciate all the foreign speakers to participate in this conference, despite there are some inconveniences due to the time difference. So I know that there is a simultaneous translation is being provided. And then in this floor, most of the participants are speaking Korean. So from now on, I'm going to speak in Korean. So for foreign speakers, I hope that you understand that. 네, 안녕하십니까? 저는
Hello everyone. I am Professor Suh-Yong at Korea University. Usually when we come up with the seminar program, we have been running a particular way. So I come here in order to introduce the seminar, and also I have been doing this for every forum that we organize. Of course, there are many good presentations, but there's some issues and points that we have to focus on. And also, in order to draw out lessons from their presentation, we need to have some of the background information. So that's why I am having this introductory session. So with the co-organizer, we are hosting this seminar, and this is not a one-off seminar, but there are many relevant organizations such as KLRI. We are holding this legal law and institutions forum, and this is not a first time, but with a history. This is a topic that has been dealt by several institutions, and these are one of them. And when you look at the left side, the Conference on the Status and Prospect of the Green ODA of the Republic of Korea was held last year, and some of the speakers who presented here just a few moments ago participated in this seminar as well. With a common goal, we are organizing this seminar every year. So now, there are growing interest in ODA. Of course, it's familiar to the foreign speakers, but we are ourselves proud of Korea because it's a great country, because in the 60s and 70s, we were one of the poorest of the poorest. Now we are world's top 10 in the world. We are a leading country. So during this process of the development, we received a lot of support from overseas, and now it is time for Korea to repay this debt to the international society. So when it comes to the ODA experience, however, we do not have that long history, as we have a short experience in ODA. Particularly when it comes to the climate change history, we are having less experience too. And it is a very important and great interest of the Korean speakers to enhance our experience in this field, and foreign speakers may be very interested in Korea's current development in this field. And of course, the former seminars, the keynote speeches were dealt to this kind of progress as well. Now, let me point to the ODA. As there are a lot of opportunity nowadays, and some companies or some parties wanted to expand their project of the ODA. But when we calculate the finance to limit the temperature increase, then this finance is in short. In order to address this, we are making efforts. So how can we utilize effective these limited resources requires a blended finance. So the public sector's financial resources and private sector's financial resources should be well mixed. When you go to the Davos Forum, this blended finance is one of the hot topic that is being dealt as a topic. So the financial institution heads and heads of the insurance companies and ODA organization heads are talking about this blended finance, and they're admitting the importance of it. So they wanted to do their utmost efforts, but there is no concrete solution to expand and do the blended financing. But when it comes to the climate change, of course, the collaboration efforts are needed. But for the public purpose, there's a public financing was made. But private sector's financings are made in order to make profits. But due to the ESG and CSR, companies and private sectors are pursuing these kind of field as well. But anyway, in order to have a blended finance to address these common goals from both ends, we need to have a very creative, innovative policies. Then who's going to be responsible, private sector or public sector? That's not an easy solution. Paris Agreement or GCF or World Bank, for example, if they are concentrated, then they are not the end of the story. But when you go to the private sector, insurance, or investment, or developers, well, this is not a finance of their own. These finance requires intermingled and blended finance. So, in a nutshell, however, the decision-making process are differing from two sectors. So private sectors, they have their own decision-making process, and there are indiscrepancy. So considering that, under the context of the blended finance, how do we harmonize that? Rather than one side leading the other, I think we need to have a balanced cooperation. This is really challenging in this perspective. What is the very starting point of the blended finance? There's a red, finance, technology, capacity building. These graph here, that is the means to implement the Paris Agreement. Today, what I want to talk is that how to support the developing countries and how do we do well in R&D to support the technologies assistant to the development. Well, we need to make a wise solution to support these countries well. So from the context of the blended finance, Dr. Barbara will mention about this well when it comes to the CPI topic, but it shows the finance flow of the world. When you look at that graph, there is a differences between a flow between the private sector and the public sector indicated in red and blue. Then how do we utilize them effectively is very important. From that perspective, when it comes to the climate change, what about the ODA policy? Recently, I believe that we are going to soon publish a journal. And I believe this is the first paper that will be published by the global journal. And we have studied or made a research on mainstreaming the climate data or climate things here. And I found that this mainstreaming has not been done well, not by EXIM nor by other organizations. So even though Korea has become one of the leading nations, but it has less experience in ODA project. So climate field is so nascent for Korea as well and new for Korea as well. So there are many things that Korea must learn. So ODA part and the other part are in fragmentation. When it comes to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there is a bureau that is responsible of the ODA, and when it comes to climate change, there is a different ministries or department dealing with these fields. So in order to make a good policy, they need to have really a a collaboration, but they are running policy in an ad hoc manner. So when it comes to climate change perspective, of course, the GHG target reduction or reduction target is important, and the NDC is important. Of course, the goal of reducing the GHG emission by 40% will not be changed. However, there is about 33.5 million tons of reduction, and most of them must be achieved from other countries overseas. And this amount of the emissions requires the reduction from the overseas. Based on the existing CDM system, we change or transfer the CER in our country to allow the companies to have allowances. But when it comes to the company or government level, they do have some experience doing the CDM work at developing countries. Of course, CDM is a good mechanism, but when it comes to the reduction of the GHG is lagging behind. So when we look at the Paris Agreement Article 6, it is generally known as a carbon market, and we need to utilize this mechanism innovatively to achieve reducing the 33.5 million tons of carbon. The experts, when they think about, when they do the CDM, then they do only think about the developing countries. But there are some opportunity or chances that in the advanced nations we can have a much greater outcomes. But there is a person who actually dealt with CDM. Think about ODA influx or financial resources influx, because there is no such experiences as far. So we are not sure how the developing countries can reduce our target emissions, but we have to consider more broader way. But when it comes to the correspondence issues and other issues in Paris Agreement, we have to address. But from this context, the ODA requires the collaboration between the developing countries with us. We cannot increase the public finance immediately. Then I believe we can utilize more wisely the ODA budget. So how can we utilize these ODA in a climate change responses will be presented by many speakers, like a KDB and KDI, and these organization personnel are here to discuss some of the issues that we are going to deal with. Of course, I am very busy doing some of the speeches and some of the lectures to make the government officials have a better understanding in this field. In link with the ITMO, I believe that there are many things to be adjusted in Korea, I think. The top decision maker from that perspective, I believe there are admitting gradually. Then, from the Paris Agreement, Article 6, what this is telling to us. About 2008 or 2009, there was a book called The Climate Finance, and most of the contexts were comprising CDM, joint implementation, ETS, and so on. But when you look at the climate finance book, you will find a totally different contents from that. Those who have worked for the CDM in the developing nations, these climate finance issues are an old history, because now it is different. It's because the CPI landscape, as I've shown before, the carbon market accounts this tiny amount. We need more than that. From that perspective, when we do the overseas reduction, then we need to have finance resources. That's important. The Kyoto Products paradigm, that was carbon market or climate finance was the concept. Have you ever heard about the Copenhagen Accord? It was the first time when you heard about the climate finance, long-term climate finance. Before that, there was none. There were only carbon markets. Now the world saw a huge change. Not only carbon market, but they do include the climate finance as well. So in order to reduce the overseas reduction, of course, the finance resources is important for the developing countries. But when we arrange both the carbon market and climate finance, when we focus on the carbon market, then this will be a differences in the amount. Then we have to choose whether we can use both carbon market and climate finance. So we have to focus on this latter part because I believe this is much effective. So I do always introduce the Article 6 as a window for climate finance to the audience because you need finance to tackle the climate change. But if you utilize the Paris Agreement Article 6, then you can use it effectively. Then the high-level officials and other top decision makers pay really great attention to it. But this climate finance differs. And also the NDC differs from country by country. When you look at that, the left corner, there's a Brazilian climate finance. So climate finance must be, well, mobilized in the forest. But when we look at the world, there is a Leaf Coalition. And also when you go to the middle Europe, there is a Capita. It is a multilateral framework. What are they? After all, how they do financing in the effort to reduce the GHG. So we have to arrange all this, including the overseas reduction of the GHG. Of course, recently we are providing some explanation to the government is that we have to revise the policy in this end because we have a very complex progress and that is not aligned with the Paris Agreement. So it is really difficult to achieve our NDC target as well. But there is no indication coming from the government. So what we have to do is to first harmonize the policies for the public and private sectors to collaborate well. Second is Ethiopia. You can see the large portion in blue here. In order to implement the Paris Agreement, the forest and energy issues are very important here. So when climate finance enters into Ethiopia, the agriculture and the renewable energy policy, for example, these should be included as a package. Then, this will be the finance needs of the country. So, based on the Paris Agreement, the ITMO can be divided by some portions. So what I want to say is that there needs a lot of negotiating power. The right side is Gabon. I have recently visited the country. In the forest sector, it is the only country who received the GHG targets. When you look at that, there is a green, that is the forestry sector, and there is a climate financing. How do we have to do? What are the existing things that they were doing, and how do we have to work with the blended financing in this end? But now I'm going to share with you my own experience here. After looking at the NDC implementation of the Ethiopia, And with 3 years of capacity building, they have built about 120 billion won worth of the capacity building in this end, and KOICA financed it. Considering the ITMO, I did not have experiences or the KOICA experiences, but I believe that they need to make better efforts. So as we are gathered here, so I hope that we can discuss well to address these kind of issues together. After that, the GCF, the international organizations, and also private sectors in Korea must collaborate. So it should be required as a sub-national level project. To this end, we need to have a large financing, and also the ODA should work as a priming water. We cannot cover everything with ODA. So what I want to say is that ODA should be focused in a certain area and private sector should focus in a certain area. So these two must collaborate together. This is the picture of mine. In the middle, there is a Minister of Environment in Gabon, and we discussed well. So after that, President Gabon met President Yoon and emphasized the cooperation with Gabon, with our country, and also the possibility of the forging a sort of MOU in this field with the country has been somewhat explored. So ODA has a greater role play in this field, I think. Of course, we're going to talk about the general things about the Green ODA, but the experts from home and abroad who are participating online and offline will create a collaboration momentum to address the biggest and core issues of the world. And I hope this will be a good opportunity to do that. I hope this seminar produce a fruitful outcome. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Now, we invite 3 experts and we will listen to the presentations. First presentation will be made by Barbara Booster from the Climate Policy Initiative. She joined us online and she will make a presentation online.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Thank you so much for having me here at this very important forum. So yes, my name is Barbara Buchner. I'm the Global Managing Director of Climate Policy Initiative, or CPI for short. And just for those of you who don't know me or know us at CPI, what we do is we help governments, businesses, and financial institutions to drive economic growth while addressing climate change. And we have more than 130 economists and analysts across 6 global offices who are very passionate about the role of policy frameworks and the financing systems as primary keys and levers to reaching our global climate goals. So I'd like to share with you a little bit more about what we are seeing in our daily work and how ODA fits into that, but it's a little bit a broader picture of where we stand today with regards to climate finance, actually referring to several of the issues of the opening speakers, including the very inspiring keynote speech we just heard from Professor Suh-Yong Chung. So, and I'd like to end with some more tangible suggestions and what we think is needed to drive ambitious action, and again, where we hope that Korea will continue to show interest and learn the lessons and show leadership, which is so desperately needed. So where are we today, financially speaking? One of the things that CPI is known most for is our analysis of global climate finance flows, as again, previous speaker has kindly already highlighted, or our very complicated overview Sankey diagram, or spaghetti diagram as we call it, which we have been really tracking since more than a decade. So we've been tracking global public and private investments into climate action for more than a decade, and our latest report found that annual tracked climate finance increased to approximately $630 billion prior to the COVID pandemic. And just a little bit more information on what happened in the context of public finance. What we've seen is that public climate finance increased by about 7% from the previous 2 years, remaining largely stable at a little over 50% of the total number that we've been able to track. And in this context, the key actors behind are development finance institutions who continue to deliver the majority of public finance, but also we see also direct finance flows, both domestic and international, including from ODA, from governments, that increased by about 17% in the period of 2019 and 2020, accounting for about 12% of the overarching public flows. And that's been driven particularly by low carbon transport and delivered particularly through grants. So just if you looked at this graph here, which gives us a little bit the trend over the last decade, I think obviously that all seems like good news, right? And I certainly want to stress that the direction of travel is positive, but I think we all know that we are falling far short of the need. While public and private actors have steadily increased their climate investments in the past decade, the flows have slowed in the last few years, and that is a disturbing trend that has started even before COVID. So the flows increased only by about 10% in the period of 2019 and 2020 compared to the previous 2 years. So in other words, the last 2 points on the right of this line graph. And this rate of increase is much slower than the previous periods when annual climate finance flows were increasing by more than 20% every year. And again, this is a worrying trend because the overall impact of the COVID pandemic and the Ukraine crisis on climate finance are still yet to be observed. So let me just go a little bit deeper into how that compares to where we need to stand, because on top of the challenge that I've just mentioned to you, there's still a significant gap between the current flows and what is needed for a successful low-carbon transition. So last year at CPI, we did a comprehensive literature review of the climate mitigation and adaptation investment needed through 2050, and these studies explore ranges of investment required based on different pathways for net zero by 2050. And I emphasize ranges here because there is still considerable variation in the methodological approaches to estimating needs. So I'd like to emphasize that we need certainly more work in this area as well. But as shown here, I think it's very clear that there is a huge gap between the current annual average flows and the required investment as identified by various reputable studies from the IEA, from IRENA, from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and the Global Commission on Adaptation. So while there is no definite estimate of the investment required to achieve global climate goals, I think it's very clear that incremental increases in climate finance will not be sufficient. That public and private finance must increase decisively and should count in trillions, not billions. And there, in this context, certainly the effective use of public resources, including ODA, is critical. Just to be clear, these trillions are not unrealistic numbers or unavailable funds. The money is there, and I really want to stress that point. Because when you look at conventional non-climate finance investment, we know that trillions are already spent on carbon-intensive products in sectors from fossil fuel energy to combustion engine-like vehicles to new buildings that are still high energy intense. So the bar graph on the left here shows how renewable power is making some progress. Close to 70% of new power sector investments globally are now directed towards renewables, whereas the trillions invested in light vehicles and new buildings, the two graphs on the right-hand side, are still overwhelmingly high carbon. And I think I also want to stress that everyone is playing a part in this. There's no major country.
My apologies. I couldn't hear what you said.
Oh.
Sorry, did you say
Sorry.
it again?
Oh, my Sirius is talking to me. I'm very sorry for that. And well, everyone, again, as I wanted to say, that everyone is actually playing a part in this. So there's no major country or region that is currently decarbonizing at the required pace to meet the Paris goals that have been mentioned by several of the opening speakers already. And there's also no major investor category from development banks to the private sector that is aligned with Paris, aligned emission intensity targets, even for the power sector finance. Another area where we're seeing a positive trend, but where we still have a way to go, is in adaptation. And we have heard that Korea has actually shown a leadership role in this context. And in fact, our tracking work revealed that financing for projects aimed at adaptation or which served both adaptation and mitigation purposes reached an all-time high in 2019 and 2020, which is about $60 billion or about 10% of total tracked finance. And this is more than a 50% increase from previous years, which certainly is very welcome news. But as the impacts of climate change accelerate, impacting the most vulnerable disproportionately, we really need a much more focus on adaptation financing, especially in emerging markets. So that is where we are a little bit in terms of financial flows. I think much progress, but we have a lot of work to do across the public and private sectors to ratchet up ambition. And we are seeing the message finally starting to sink in. I think spurred by the lead up to COP26, we saw an explosion of commitments across the public and private sector, from major announcements by countries such as India and China to the highly visible announcement by the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero funds, which has now more than 450 members who represent more than 140 trillion US dollars of assets under management committed to achieving net zero by 2050. And all these commitments to align with the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals are very much welcome, but they raise a number of important questions for public finance, including how do we assess the integrity of the commitments and track progress towards meeting them, but also how do we coordinate, and again, the previous speakers have spoken about that already, how do we coordinate better across public and private financial actors to achieve system-level results as efficiently as possible. And then I think third, how do we incorporate commitments and ambition on intersecting social and environmental issues such as biodiversity and job security that really affect our ability to reach the climate change goals. And so just as one concrete example in this space, and which we very much hope again that Korea will be involved going forward, as we have been seeing this commitment trend and the issues it poses, CPI, we have worked with a global coalition of public and private financial sector leaders to establish something which is called the Framework for Sustainable Finance Integrity, which provides a universal set of sustainability guardrails across the financial system, really creating a clear pathway for more coordinated action, but also encouraging ambition to deliver meaningful sustainability and net zero results, and reinforcing the multiplier effect that these actions will have on the real economy. And I think the point here that I want to stress is coming again to the importance of working together effectively across the public and the private sectors. And so far, the framework is the only one that really coordinates across the silos of public and private financial actors to ensure coherence and impact on net zero and sustainability, including sustainability and social justice beyond climate mitigation. And I think we need much more of these types of coordinated efforts that really make the most of public finance dollars. And again, ODA being key here, and to really move from announcements to actions. And so again, very much hope that you're interested in this. Some more details on the framework are on our website, and we certainly would very much welcome Korea's involvement in this effort. And so just to get to my final slides here, how do we close the gap that I've highlighted at the beginning of my presentations, and how do we use public finance and policy to sustainable net zero future, in addition to efforts that set universally applicable standards such as the framework to ensure that the total of our efforts really equals the sum of its parts. I think there is a number of specific areas where we can focus our efforts to achieve meaningful impact over the next few years. So I think the first one here is, and again, previous speakers have alluded to that one, and we certainly see it in our work, that government policies lead the way. You're seeing very clearly that good policies are key to transforming the private sector and creating the platform on which sustainable business can thrive. So policies like carbon pricing or pricing carbon at high enough levels, eliminating fossil fuel subsidies, which still far exceed, by the way, climate investments, but also green procurement and budgeting policies that leverage the government's considerable power as a consumer. I think these are key examples of how government could be responding today and making a meaningful impact. And I think, again, in particular, also this ability of governments to convince their stakeholders to align practices, to develop regulations, and to deploy targeted incentives can have a systemic impact. But policies alone clearly are not enough, which leads me to my second point, and that is in order to fully expand our climate capabilities at the scale required, I think we must mainstream sustainability into all levels of organizations, especially building internal capacity to understand and deploy collaboration across, again, the public and the private sector. So we need governments to improve the policy and funding frameworks that mobilize investments at scale. Again, ODA is a key lever here, but we also need institutions like development finance institutions to drastically modernize their approaches, taking on more risk to avoid crowding out private investors. And we need the private sector to better appreciate not only new approaches to collaborating and investing, but also assessing risk in a more holistic way that includes impending climate risks that are currently viewed rather as externalities, but ones that will inflict a significant harm on portfolios if not properly incorporated before it's too late. So policy frameworks and capacity building lead to one of the most important practical implementations, and that is we must improve disclosures across the public and private sectors. It is impossible to set an efficient course forward without knowing where we stand today. So I think what we see today is that public and private sectors do not have a commonly accepted definition of climate finance. Domestic public finance information and data on private investment in various sectors is still limited. So we really need to fast-track agreement towards using available standards. And I fully understand that there is a number of challenges, and we've seen that also in the context of, for example, the EU taxonomy. But it really is important to acknowledge that perfection is unobtainable, but if we get to at least some form of a common agreement, a common language, then I think progress towards implementation and improvements follows at much faster rate. And so again, I think a point I wanted to leave you with. And the final point that I feel is really important in order to close the gap is that we must embrace innovation and risk. And this is an issue for both the public and private sector. And it comes back again to some of the issues that we've heard in previous remarks already. We need to rapidly expand the use of innovative business models and financial instruments that facilitate the strategic, the coordinated deployment of public capital that mobilizes private capital. And this needs to be done with a much more coordinated and more programmatic approach rather than each actor placing separate bets. And just one example I wanted to leave you with, and there's many others, but again, one concrete example where we hope that Korea will be more engaged with, it comes from our work again, an incubator that we run at CPI, the Global Innovation Lab for Climate Finance, which brings together more than 70 public, private, and philanthropic members to unlock private investments at scale for a net carbon economy, again, focus in particular on emerging economies. And just to tell you that we have developed more than 55 financial instruments, many of which have been adopting the blended finance approach that the previous speakers just mentioned, and that have gone on to mobilize more than $3.2 billion US dollars for concrete projects in emerging economies. So again, one specific example, which again we hope that will provide lessons for Korea and will also help us to use ODA more effectively to unlock other pools of capital. And so there's many other examples of near-term opportunities that we should be pursuing in the context of innovation and risk. I will not go into detail. I know I'm out of time here, but I do want to just make sure that we all agree that these innovative approaches to financing are crucial, but we do not have the luxury of sitting back and waiting for technology advances and blended finance vehicles to de-risk every opportunity. I think if the status quo remains, then climate impacts will ultimately hit global private portfolios hard, which will significantly reduce government revenues. So from climate stress tests in the banking sector to Scope 3 analysis in the private sector, everyone really needs to incorporate this risk into its analysis. And that is where we are in the world of climate finance. And I think some of the ideas of where we can focus our efforts collectively to create a meaningful impact. And just to close, I'd like to end by having us think about a new narrative and net zero climate action, sustainable development, not as a challenge or a cost or a risk, but a true opportunity. Because if we proceed with the status quo, making incremental adjustments that see global temperature rises in excess of 2 degrees Celsius, we will face catastrophic consequences, both economically and in humanitarian and environmental terms. But the window is not yet closed on reaching our climate goals. And by some estimates, as you can see on the slide here, if we ramp up our sustainability efforts, it will not only diminish harm, but could create significantly more economic and social benefits. And as you see again here, by one estimate, even up to $26 trillion in net economic benefits. So I remain optimistic that we can get this world to a better, more sustainable and net zero future. And this forum today certainly shows that there is lots of important activities that are happening and countries taking leadership. And that there were, I thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to continuing this conversation and hopefully working together to make this happen. So thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 두 번째 발제자
Thank you.
세계자원연구소 금융센터의 가야
Will be the Kye Larson, Director of Climate Finance Access and Deployment of World Resource Institute.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting conversation. And thank you too for Barbara and previous speakers for bringing us to this point. I actually thought that I would go and build off of some of the work that I do. So I work at WRI, the World Resources Institute. We are a global research organization, has around 1,700 people now. And the project that I manage primarily, it does focus on getting developing countries access to climate finance. And I thought I'd go through some of the challenges and some of the opportunities that we see right now in that work. So as others have said, ODA fits into a broader landscape of finance, right? So and it's very important that it be seen as such. Otherwise, ODA turns into an island of finance and doesn't make most use of the connections to other resources. So national budgets, other sources of public finance plus the private finance side. The circle here is around the ODA types of finance. And what we've looked at, or what we're looking at currently especially is, which countries are receiving finance. We have now, for example, established the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, all these various multilateral institutions. They're up and running. They've been giving out money, but now we have to think, okay, where's the money going? Who's receiving funding? And how do we make sure that it goes to where it is most needed? And not just that we can get it out the door, but get it out the door to the places that it needs, that really need ODA, as opposed to private finance or other types of investments. Because since ODA is a special type of finance, it can go to those places that may not be a place where you can invest private funding. And so this is analysis by UNDP and CPI, but it helps to give some part of the picture of where money is going. And clearly it's not the most fragile countries that are receiving the most money per se, right? And so we would like to make sure that okay, how do we make sure that those countries that have most vulnerability, especially to climate change, and who aren't going to be able to pay for that with their own resources, that they get access to funding. It's lovely that Korea has focused on adaptation because, as has already been brought up, by Barbara, the adaptation is not currently receiving as much attention as mitigation. And that is not to say that we should, move funding from mitigation to adaptation per se. It's this, we should need to continue to increase our adaptation finance. And especially in those places where there is going to be large amounts of climate impacts, and also soon. So one thing that we often hear is from the finance side, including from the private sector finance, but also the public finance, is, oh, well, there's not enough projects. There's this classic dialogue of there are not enough projects to be invested in. And on the other hand, people say, well, there's not enough money to invest in my projects. I have all kinds of projects and nobody's investing in them. So it seems to be that right now, one of the main remaining challenges that we need to overcome is how do we really unlock the ability of developing countries in particular to rapidly increase the way in which they can identify and put forward initiatives for ODA investment and green ODA investment and climate finance, and do it in such a way where it can bring in different types of finance depending on the location, the sector, etc. So what we have now is we have NDCs, we have NAPs, we have these various planning documents that have come out of the UNFCCC, and we have the funds that say, okay, we're ready to fund these documents. But the connecting bridge between an NDC and implementation of the NDC and financing of the different pieces of the document is not there. And if we don't find a way to bridge that gap in most countries, then the Paris Agreement won't be implemented, essentially, right? So we do need to be able to help find a way to clarify how do you, for countries and within countries, okay, how do you move from these high-level plans to actual ODA projects that can be invested in by public and private actors? And I think one challenge is that costs money, right? The developing of initiatives, the identifying, moving from high-level plans to actual projects that cost time and resources, and those are not necessarily things that are readily available in a lot of places. For some reason, I'm not able to move my slides forward. There we go. So we're asking a lot of developing country institutions who are already, even before climate change, they were struggling a lot of times of trying to get their countries to development, which Korea has so impressively done, right? And so moving from, now we are not only asking them to go to develop, we're asking for add-on climate change on top of that, and make sure that, by the way, that you have investable initiatives that are, that have all the data and that are able to deal with the uncertainty associated with climate change, and that are able to deal with the multiple stakeholders and stakeholder engagement processes that are necessary. So this is all even more difficult in adaptation, as maybe some of you are aware of working on the adaptation side, that we see that it's, of course, more difficult to measure than mitigation. Well, how do we define the results of adaptation? How do we know if, yes, success has been reached, these people are resilient, and these people have become adapted to climate change? It's not as easy as with mitigation. And so the global community's conversations around adaptation should hopefully help this, but it is going to always be a challenge within individual cases. And so that is one aspect. Data, localized data, is another aspect that we don't have, right? We have high-level satellite data that can show lots of different very interesting things, but you have to know exactly what's happening at the local level to individual communities, and that's not that easy to get access to still. And of course, adaptation is sometimes associated with a financial return for various reasons. in various ways. There could be new types of products that you're selling that are more resilient, or that could be that a particular company's supply chain becomes more resilient to climate change. But a lot of times there's not a financial return. So this is things that we see are causing even more of a challenge for adaptation products. This slide actually is coming from some work that we're doing on connecting adaptation and disaster resilience and disaster risk response, right? So there's ODA, there's also humanitarian assistance. And then increasingly there is a complicated relationship there within the UNFCCC in terms of loss and damage and adaptation finance and what is what, et cetera. But for individual countries, we need to be able to help countries look at how do you prepare for disaster, how do you anticipate immediate disasters that are coming right now, soon, how do you respond and how do you grow resilience? And how do you work with disaster risk financing like insurance, catastrophe bonds, etc., combining that with ODA in terms of like climate finance or grant funding, and combining it also with humanitarian assistance. So what is needed to make sure that funding is going to where it's needed? Of course, we absolutely need more funding. We also need to make sure it's going to where it should go, right? Well, so we think that there needs to be more funding to make sure that there is early project development. And this is that bridge again between, oh, we have high-level plans, it's great. How do we actually turn them into investable projects? And that the challenge there is that it does take resources and takes a long time. So invest in that aspect of project development. Invest in public institutions. Many times development cooperation is not meant to be invested in actual public servants, right? And that is causing a problem because there aren't sufficient number of public servants in developing countries to be able to develop initiatives that will implement their climate plans and that can access funding from places like the GCF, but also other places that require some sort of sound project development before they give money. And then investment in localized data so that we can make sure that everyone has enough data on the climate impact that they are going to be feeling, that they can put together sound project plans and project documents and access financing from public and private finance, depending on the situation. So that's a brief overview of some of what we're seeing in terms of what are the bottlenecks right now. Of course, as I said, we need more money, but we need to make sure the money going where it needs to go. And we need to look at what is it that's in the way and hindering that from happening. Because otherwise we will come in 5-10 years and we will say, oh no, the NDCs weren't implemented or our NAPs weren't implemented. And there will be various reasons, but in developing countries it might be because we weren't able to go from these plans to actual tangible actions that took place in a timely manner. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to invite the last speaker, Mr. Stefan Klingebell, Head of Inter and Transnational Cooperation Program at German Development Institute. Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. And let me thank the organizers, especially Professor Chung, for inviting me to contribute to this important conference. Of course, Green ODA as a topic has many dimensions. I will just cover a few aspects related to the link between development and climate finance. And in this regard, I want to make 4 quick points. My first point is about ODA is increasingly driven by pressing global and regional challenges and emergency situations. So ODA is less used by long-term sustainable development perspectives. including this kind of perspectives of the Agenda 2030 and its 17 SDGs. Just to mention some of the most important pressing needs, security issues, just thinking about the situation in Afghanistan, just thinking about DRC, all the implications about the war in Ukraine, etc. We have migration and refugee situations, just looking at, for example, migrants coming from Africa and the implications for European countries, or just looking at Latin American countries and the implications for the United States and what does it mean for allocation of ODA resources. One other example, of course, COVID pandemic and the implications for poverty. This is also reprogramming, reallocating a number of ODA resources. And last but not least, the climate change consequences as a fundamental long-term game changer. So what I want to say is we have already quite a trend that a lot of ODA investments are rather responding to pressing needs and not so much with this kind of let's try to make it a long-term investment. My second point is we have a close conceptual link, of course, between climate and development finance, and to some extent I would say that this close link is quite often not recognized, especially the overlap. And I want to address some aspects in this regard. First of all, we have a development aid system in place in charge of ODA. In this regard, of course, the OECD and the Development Assistance Committee are very crucial. This is not the only platform, but for traditional donors, this is the most important one. And OECD DAC is important and crucial for setting norms and standards, including what is ODA, how to report on, how to measure how much ODA is spent by donors. So, and we have something like an international benchmark or a soft law ambition. This is set by the United Nations to use at least 0.7% of GDP for ODA when it comes to high-income countries. As we all know, reality is a bit different. So in this regard, last year, OECD countries achieved 0.33% of GDP for ODA, that was close to 179 billion. But at least we have something like norms and standards internationally recognized. Just as a footnote, out of the ODA resources, donors spent roughly 35.5% for environmental and climate change related topics. So that's the development finance systems, so to say. When it comes to climate finance, it was already mentioned that we have an international goal set during the COP16 in Copenhagen 2009, and the decision was to spend for international climate finance 100 billion per year, starting in 2020. And international climate finance beneficiary countries should be developing countries. So in this regard, it's rather along the traditional north-south lines. As we are aware of, this 100 billion US dollar aim is disputed because of several aspects. Let me just mention some most important one. First of all, it's not clear whether this 100 billion aim is including public and private finance. I think it was already very important to listen to the previous speakers, including Professor Chong, but also Ms. Butchner and Ms. Larsen. That's a quite important aspect. One other aspect is the relationship between international climate finance and ODA in the regard of, is it additional? Is this 100 billion goal in addition to what we spent already when it comes to ODA? One other aspect is there any specific allocation aim for mitigation and adaptation? We know that providers of international climate finance are favoring mitigation over adaptation, but this is not spelled out. And what is also missing, specific shares for low-income countries and middle-income countries. So in a way, a number of aspects are not fixed, and that's quite a difference if you compare a much more defined approach when it comes to development finance. So this goal was set in 2009, and the ambition was to reach it from 2020 onwards. And in preparation to the last COP in Glasgow, there was a calculation by the OECD, and this calculation for 2019 found out that around 796 billion, that around 79.6 billion US dollars were allocated in 2019, not close to the 100 billion goal. And what is even more important, that a number of academics, a number of think tanks are not really agreeing with this kind of calculation, and the assumption is that this is by far too optimistic. But my main point here is, when it comes to international climate finance, we do not have a functioning reporting system, and I think this is really a very crucial aspect, because numbers, goals, figures are really also quite crucial when it comes to incentive systems. Let me just give you a few illustrations in this regard for the German system. For Germany, looking at bilateral programmable aid for environment and climate change purposes, roughly 49% of the bilateral programmable aid amount is used for environmental and climate change purposes. Out of this, roughly 20% mitigation, 13% for adaptation, and 9% for both goals. This is one way how to structure how the resources are used. One other, for me, always quite important aspect is that roughly 85% of Germany's international climate finance is coming from ODA resources. So ODA is the main funding source in this regard, and this is also true for a number of other international climate finance providers. My third point I want to make is just to highlight some dilemmata and challenges we need to face, especially looking at the overlap between ODA and international climate finance. I think one aspect is that from a global perspective, of course, and the previous speakers were much more detailed about it. This is needed, no question about it. This is important from a global public goods perspective, etc. But we also need to understand that, especially when it comes to mitigation, this might be not priority number one for a number of developing countries. So quite often we have conflicting system how to agree on priorities. So in this regard, it might be sometimes in conflict with ownership principles of the development assistance approach. We might have a situation where developing countries would rather choose adaptation as a priority. It was already mentioned by the previous speakers that this is also something where we might have also some kind of more reflections in the development aid system, how to bring in those 8 principles about ownership, etc., etc. We might also see a trend in favor of big emerging countries receiving those resources. I mean, just looking at the last COP in Glasgow, South Africa was highlighted as a new model for just transformation. This might be quite important approach for several main donor countries, including US, UK, France and Germany, where a lot of resources will be invested for just transformation. As we also understand, similar efforts are ongoing in terms of negotiations with Indonesia and India. So there is quite a strong focus on those most important countries when it comes to CO2 emissions. So it makes sense, but there might be also some implicit, at least implicit dilemmata when it comes to what are the countries in most need from human development index perspective, or you can also take other measurements. Let me come to my fourth and last point, the way ahead. What might be some ways of framing the topic? I think, as we all know, one basic fact is that developing countries, especially rising powers, contribute to a very large extent to global CO2 emissions. Roughly 2/3 of all emissions are coming from developing countries. Just China alone, 30%. We also know that trust to achieve some kind of agreements in this regard, trust is a very crucial factor. And international climate finance is a very important trust factor. And to see that this commitment from 2009 in Copenhagen doesn't work, and that partners do not trust in numbers in this regard, and even the optimistic numbers, for example, from the OECD are well below the level of ambition, is something what is important. So in this regard, one aspect for me is that the ODA system is a very old and traditional one, with a number of disadvantages and traditional aspects related to it. At the same time, it's a quite credible and technically a good reporting system as an advantage. We do not have something what is similar for the international climate finance, and this kind of credible system is really a big disadvantage. And the link between both debates on reporting, how to define ODA, how to define international climate finance, etc. This link is not very strong, and I think one aspect would be really to invest much more in those conceptual discussions. You might have heard about TOSSD, Total Official Support for Sustainable Development, which is an effort originally coming from the OECD, now taking on board for already a couple of years, also by the UN Statistical Office, which is rather a new measurement how to define global public goods inputs, contributions by countries, and this might be also conceptual a good step forward in this regard. So it's not the only one, but there are some good efforts in this regard, but those efforts do not really play a crucial role so far. So I think it would make a lot of sense to invest in this regard. Let me make a very final small remark at the end. I think it's really great that in Korea this discussion on green ODA is taking place. How to increase ODA resources, how to make them greener, etc., etc. Many aspects. It's also great that South Korea is hosting important institutions, including GCF and others. And we also know that Korea, and Professor Chung mentioned it, was very successful over the last couple of decades. So Korea is not any longer a developing country. Korea is member of the DAC. Korea is an aid provider. At the same time, the Republic of Korea is not required by UNFCCC to provide international climate finance. So as a voluntary step to announce we will make ourselves more committed. It might be something what institutions, think tanks, academics could try to push over the next couple of years to make this kind of, we want to step up and to make our commitment even more binding from the Korean side. Might be something what could be really a very important benchmark for the international discussion. Also showing a bit orientation to some other countries without a binding commitment, and so that might be also something quite relevant for this debate on green ODA. So with this, I would like to hand back to the moderator, and thank you for your attention.
네, 세 분의
Thank you very much, the three speakers, for presenting a nice presentation. And next, we will have 2 rounds of panel discussions. And the panel discussion 1 will talk about the status and issues of the Green ODA of Korea. Research Fellow Hyun-Jun Won of Climate Change Legislation Team, Executive Director Kim Jong-wook from KDI, Jung Ji-won from the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, and Head of Team Lee Yeon-soo from KOICA, and General Manager Anuk Sang of the KDB will participate in the panel discussion, and Professor Chung Suh-Yong will serve as a moderator of this panel discussion. Yes, we have listened to the presentations.
And Stefan, I know that it's a difficult time for you to log in. It's either evening or very early morning. So once again, thank you very much for your participation, even in the real time today. 네,
I'm Chung So-young, professor of Korea University. In this session, we will talk about the purpose of the seminar, and we will also talk about the status and issues of the Green ODA of Korea. We have thought about who is the best person and right person to talk about the Green ODA of Korea, and I think that today's panelist represents the Green ODA of Korea very well. We invited the panelists to the Korea campus now, so thank you for joining us as a panelist. In this panel session, I will give each panel a time to present their opinion. But first, I'd like to summarize what was mentioned in the presentations, and I will summarize the points and major points, and then give each speakers have time to present their opinion. I think the climate change issue has been discussed for about 25 years, and international efforts have been conducted at a different scale. In 1992, when UNFCCC was formed for the first time, it was a small part of the environmental issue, and later it was expanded to the Biodiversity Convention and the Prevention of Desertification Convention. And after the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, it has been expanded. And we are talking about how to help developing countries. And when we talk with leaders around the world, we are thinking about the ways and help developing countries how to cope with the climate changes and how to get the technical assistance and how to get the technical transfer. And we also talk about the financing of developing countries. ODA is important, and there is another dimension, how to link those together. Those are the main questions, and my answer would be all things and all answers can be found in the Paris Agreement, and the key here is how to implement and interpret the statement mentioned in Paris Agreement. Financing is important, and some of the finance was delivered. But if we distribute evenly the financial sources to developing countries, the outcome will be not that significant. So we need to focus on the areas we can get results. It could be a strategy we can implement. I think the 1.5 Celsius degree and 2.0 Celsius degree issue does not give us many time. So we need to act now. And the first two speakers focus on climate change. And the last speakers will focus on ODA. So while you are listening to the points and discussion and opinion from all those five speakers, you may feel some differences. In Korea, the ODA, the Green ODA, was discussed by two groups in Korea. Development is mainly discussed by the Prime Minister Office. And when it comes to climate change issue, it is discussed by other group. And how to utilize the ODA is not well resonated among the groups that focuses on climate change. So if we want to implement NDC in Korea, it could be a provocative proposal, but the Green ODA segment need to be separated from other discussions, because climate finance scale will be very large and huge in the future, so it could be a separate sector. And what is more important is that the ODA related to climate change is related to the implementation of the NDC under the framework of Paris Agreement. But when people in the ODA are involved in the discussion, they do not have well understanding of the climate finance. And ODA developers and ODA person is not an expert in climate change, and climate change expert is not an ODA expert. So what I'm emphasizing now is the ITMO of Korea, and the government does not recognize how much money is required, and we need to reduce the 30.5 million tons, and the cost-effective reduction can be made from forest sector. And developing countries have good examples of reduction and good economic development cases from the forest sector and agricultural sector. And we received a result-based payment of $5 per ton. If we say $5 and it is multiplied by 33.5 million, it could be a huge amount. That amount of reduction can be made in 2029 and 2028. Those money cannot be secured from the public sector. Private sector has different direction and different goals. And as President Roh Dong-Woon pointed out, the public sector and private sector do not understand the meaning of the figures and the finance we need. So we are not sure about how can we achieve the blended finance and implement blended finance well. So we invited the expert who can give you an answer to those questions. So through the panel discussion, you may have or receive some hint from their discussion based on our common issues. And if you go back to your organization or ministry, you can utilize the information heard in the discussion into your policy making or discussion internally. So currently, we are moving away from the financing, focusing on mitigation. But it was the story in the case of advanced countries. But Korea has the opposite case, because Korea focused only on adaptation. And there was many old-fashioned adaptation-based ODA. I can say it's old-fashioned. So we need to focus more on mitigation to strike a balance. One of the speakers said that unavoidable fact is that mitigation can be measured, but adaptation cannot be measured quantitatively. Measurable is a key to talk about the profit or numbers. So in Korea, we have different situations from advanced countries. And for Korea, ITMO will be a very significant factor. Relevant ministries and companies need to understand this very well. So we invited 5 speakers for this panel discussion, and I'd like to give each speaker 7 minutes. And after the first round of making statement, if we have time, we will receive and take questions from the floor. And if the overseas speakers can remain until the end of the session, we will give them an opportunity to provide a closing comment. I think that the most important thing is to establish the system and institutions. And I'd like to invite Dr. Hyun-Jun Won, who is a specialist in designing system. I'm Hyun-Jun Won from the Korea Legislation Research Institute. And before I begin, I'd like to say that we have been in the climate change legislation project for about 13 years, and we have not think about the connection between the climate change and the ODA. But it's a great opportunity for us to think about those two factors together, and I'd like to thank the organizers and Professor Suh-Yong for providing me such a great opportunity. As a main financing organization, I'd like to thank on behalf of my organization to you. So it was a ice-breaking moment, but I failed. As Professor Suh-Yong pointed out, climate change issue and ODA issues have been discussed in a separate manner. So experts from each field did not understand each other, and we did not have an integrated approach so far. But after the Paris Agreement, and in particular, Korea focuses on the ITMO, climate change issues and ODA issues are very important in terms of their combination or connection. As previous speaker pointed out, NDC implementation of Korea is to achieve the greenhouse gas emissions reduction by 33.5 million tons, and 11% of that amount can be reduced by ITMO, and it is accounting for 6.8% based on the 2030 level. Energy sector produces the largest amount of emissions, followed by industry, transportation, and building sectors. According to the NDC goal, the building sector reduction target is 35 million tons. It is to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions reduction in the other countries. In accumulated terms, when we think about the projects to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in other countries, the total amount of reduction was not exceeding the 5 million tons. So the amount of reduction was not that high. But we are targeting the 7 times more amount of reduction by 2030, and that was the Korea's commitment. So ITMO is a very challenging and urgent issue for Korea. In that case, how to finance those projects can be an issue. It is very hard to secure fund and financing suddenly, so we need to utilize the ODA fund. And I agree with that statement. But from that perspective, I want to mention that the domestic institutions and laws are established to support this approach. I think it may not be smooth to apply this approach based on our current domestic laws and regulations. We have a domestic law on the international development cooperation, and it is divided into bilateral and multilateral cooperation. And there is another category that is called ODA, and the target of the project is defined and limited to the developing countries. And loan-based development support is to support the developing countries to borrow money at advantageous terms from Korea. So Korea wants to promote the ITMO to achieve its reduction target. And the ITMO project, I think that it is based on it cannot be based on both category. It cannot be an ODA or it cannot be a loan type assistance. As an expert who does not know well about ODA like me, assistance is interpreted as just a support from advanced countries to developing countries. So the Korean laws have not been developed well enough to support the idea. So plans that are established under the laws cannot be well developed because law itself was not sufficient enough. When we evaluate the ODA projects, the ratio of multilateral and bilateral aid needs to be considered. And we also need to consider the target of support. So how much money should be spent to whom? So all those ratios defined in the laws should be considered upon evaluation, and the plans are made based on the current legal system. However, the ITMO project we are planning now is not just the one-way assistance from one party to another. It involves a very diverse imagination and expanded scope of business. To incorporate the concept of ITMO, I think the legal system currently does not incorporate those concepts well. The projects under the Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement requires and opens a door for a new project. And that article provided us with higher flexibility so that countries can think about many conditions and ways to reduce carbon emissions. To solve the climate change issues, we need to reduce a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. So very rigid and not flexible and uniform approach cannot achieve the target. So we need to utilize our imagination to explore various ways to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. But the current ODA law is not flexible enough. So the concept of international cooperation and development and how to incorporate the concept into our current legal system should be considered first. And then we can move further to promote the green ODA. That's the proposal and statement from my side. So I fully agree with you, and thank you very much for your opening discussion. And the remaining experts, ODA experts and the climate change experts, will summarize the points they want to discuss and share. He pointed out that the world is changing, focusing on the climate change issues, and the current and existing institutions cannot follow the current trend. And now I'd like to invite the second speaker, who classified tied ODA and untied ODA. And tied ODA is managed by the Ministry of planning and finance. So next speaker will talk about the knowledge sharing program. And KDI is leading the knowledge sharing program. KSP knowledge sharing program is well known and is a very popular and well-known program led by KDI. And among Korean institutions, I have difficulties in freely and openly talk about issues with KDI because KDI has long history of international cooperation development. So I think he may present a good way to find common points between the climate change and ODA issue. So we will listen to Mr. Kim from the KDI, and I will give him 7 minutes for his statement.
Thank you very much. Under the topic of the very important topic of current issues of the Green ODA, a seminar is being held. And thank you very much, Professor Chung, and also members of the organizer for preparing this meaningful event. When it comes to the ODA project, it's a traditional ODA or other official flow project has been centered on the economic development project in order to enhance the economic development and also the sustainable development. These ODA projects has been implemented. Now, a new concept of the environment has been an area that we are now currently focusing on, and Green ODA is focusing on this field as well. So centering on the ODA, centering on the green, the projects were like water management and wastewater management and resource management and so on. These projects are comprised of the government initiated projects, and recently when we think about the Green ODA encompassing the environment is the EV or the hydrogen car. There are some projects with the environmental relevant projects as well. Of course, we have to emphasize the Green ODA and we have to emphasize safeguarding the environment. But when we think about that, we do have some of the limitations. In order to them, we have two things for a solution. First, whether we have to think that do we need to have a framework to solve that? In the ODA world, it is really difficult to implement a Green ODA, and also it is really difficult to realize the successful outcome. So the new outlet or the system must be considered. But this requires a lot of time and investment as well. But when we think about one ODA overall, then what kind of a system and what kind of implementation method must be created to support the Green ODA implementation must be considered as well. The other method is that within the ODA framework, we have to revitalize green concepts, and also we have to consider other alternatives that is green in nature. We have to think about what is Green ODA and what could be the direction of this Green ODA. But unfortunately, we didn't have a fully integrated discourse that dealt with these two issues. When we implement the ODA, well, we didn't have a clear solution yet. Of course, Professor Chung organizes this meeting and played a very important role. But through the international coordination, of course, we can implement the Green ODA, but that's not enough because there's many realistic limitations. At national level, while we are pursuing and pushing forward the green ODA, what kind of things do we have to have? That means that we have not a full collection of the portfolio to fully carry out that. The first thing, there is a unclear sharing of the information, and also the implementation has been fragmented in action. So there are many realistic challenges to implement the green ODA projects. As Professor mentioned on the adaptation part, I will skip this part. Establishing and implementing green ODA must be gradually taking place, of course. However, we need to make the ODA more environmentally friendly one. Of course, there is a civil works in this project. But how do we evaluate the green elements and how we set a goal? We have to discuss about it. After that, we can implement the green ODA that is being taking place nowadays when it comes to the roads work, for example, through many project initiator or implementers. When they do set the plan, the low carbon concept has been already reflected, but the pricing is not really clear, and also the target is too low. So when we consider about all life cycle, I believe the greening has not been actually mainstreamed in these fields. So we also have to think about the more realistic pricing, and then we can have a better advanced green ODA. Not output phase, but input phase. We have to fully consider the green elements to set up with the project plan, and during the tender process, we can offer or propose that we can systematically enhance green element. And I think we need to have further discussions on that. When it comes to the management of the project, we have to accumulate success from the green ODA projects. And also, we need to have a feedback system in place as well. In a nutshell, as a new element, the green ODA must be reflected. And this requires adjustment of existing system or a new system in place. So we have to explicitly state the importance of green in implementing ODA project, and then we can have a good start point. The challenges that we face when we implemented ODA projects, and to implement the projects with the collaboration of the international world, there is a complex challenges that can arise from green ODA projects. But with this we can overcome it. Thank you. And the last closing ment that you mentioned is very philosophical, and at the same time, it is a very important point that you have mentioned realistically. Recently, I have issued a comment in journal whether the climate change has been mainstreaming. Well, as he mentioned, the realistic thing is that we need to mainstreaming the environment. And that was the point that he made. And do we have to make a separate efforts for the climate change response? Well, that's the area that we only focus on the climate change. And also, if we include all this that we haven't mentioned, is NDC. So the bilateral cooperation or other international cooperation must consider NDC aspect as well. I do fully agree with Mr. Kim's comment. But if our president did not involve in this, then this cannot be solved. As we have new administration, I believe going forward, these will be more sophisticated. What we are here is that we do not only discuss, but as we can have a larger control tower in our government to reshuffle all these plans and existing plans will be a great idea. And of course, I just wanted to provide some of the food for thoughts to you. Of course, my comment cannot be a solution, though I believe that there are many things and points that we have to consider well, and particularly when it comes to the ODA, MOEF, a Ministry of Economic Finance. There is also under this ministry, there is Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, which supports the ODA. And Dr. Chung has been following up with these issues so far, and she understands these two sides, both ODA and also the environment. So she is a very valuable person. She can give a lot of wisdom to us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Won from the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, and thank you for your kind introduction. Today, I'd like to talk about the climate change and climate finance and ODA, and thank you for organizing this event to talk about both ODA and climate finance. I have been involved in the research on ODA with a focus on climate change. Within 7 minutes, I'd like to talk about green ODAs and the policy trend of Korea's green ODA and the policy tasks that I have proposed. And I'd like to also talk about the improvement made and the challenges to be addressed. In addition, I'd like to talk about the ODA policy direction, which is underway now, even though it has not been finalized. First, I'd like to talk about the ODA, and many speakers talk about the improvements that should be made in terms of ODA. I'd like to talk about the implementation system and the policy system, and those are established to support the ODA. So midterm policy and the third master plan on the international development was established, and it will be applicable from 2021 to 2025. The vision is to realize the global vision for the win-win growth in the global community. Based on the vision, we will think about the climate change issues. Under this vision, the green ODA is one of the 4 objectives of this vision. Not only Korea, but also developing countries need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and win-win growth and shared growth should be achieved to achieve the vision and goals. So our framework talked about the expansion of the green ODA share and identify the areas of green ODA. And last July in 2021, a committee, which is the highest decision-making body for ODA, made a plan and strategy to pursue the Green ODA. It means that Korea established already the strategy for Green ODA. This strategy is a specific plan under the vision I mentioned earlier. In terms of the definition of Green ODA, we have a definition. Climate markers and environmental markers were used to calculate the need, and Green ODA share of Korea is 19.6%, which is comparable to 28.1% of the global average. When we talk about the green area, it refers to energy, transportation, agriculture, where Korea is conducting ODA business, and eco-friendly mobility and ICT-based city can be the areas that could be supported by ODA. And specific strategies for specific areas have been already established. It means that Korea has a vision and strategy. So what would be the tasks to implement those visions and strategies? And we identified 5 tasks, and some of them were implemented, and some are waiting for implementation. What we need to do is that not only the government but also the public need to understand and aware this Green ODA. And second one is that we need to establish rules and measures. We already have a big framework, but we don't have a government-wide strategies to implement our vision. But last year, the government established a comprehensive policy. And the third one is to establish and develop tools to support the ODA. At the institution level, they introduced such a tool to develop and implement the ODA projects, but we need to utilize those tools more effectively in the future. We have a comprehensive plan and Green New Deal strategy, but how to cooperate among different stakeholders requires a lot of discussion and direction. We have a national body and in charge of this ODA, and we have a strategy, but we have not identified the ways on how to meet the needs of the developing countries. As Professor Chung pointed out, the starting point might be the NDC, and we could develop our strategy based on the NDC. And last point, I'd like to talk about the performance management. If we increase the share of the climate change ODA, we need to measure the outcome of our efforts. It is not limited to the climate change issue. And overall, Korea needs to have a performance management system for all fields in the ODA. The International Development Cooperation Committee announced the draft of the ways and direction for international development cooperation with 2 broader themes. The first one is to provide an ODA that matches the position and the level of the Korea on the international stage. It means that Korea needs to make an actual outcome when it comes to ODA, including the climate change ODA. And second one is strategic ODA. Strategic ODA should be matched with the principal objectives of the ODA. What I mean by strategic ODA is that ODA needs to be in line with Korea's international policy, including the policy to respond to climate change. So those strategies and the broader Korean policies need to be linked and aligned with each other so that we can establish and promote a good Korean-style ODA. And the next one is to encourage the engagement of the private sector in the ODA. Promotion of the participation by private sector can be made in the climate change sector. And I think today's discussion is relevant to this direction. And the next one is the selection of our direction. We have been researching this project and field for about 10 years, and the new administration presented a vision of an advanced country-style ODA. And many tasks were presented with a focus on improvement of our performance evaluation and management system. So we recognize the need for the improvement of our performance evaluation system, and many discussions will be made in terms of the performance management. So I've talked about the current and previous efforts and the tasks to be addressed by the new administration, and I hope that my statement will be helpful and fruitful for your consideration. Thank you very much. I expected that you pointed one more point. I think that it's due to time constraints. To make our discussion more interesting, she talked about the ODA discussions in Korea, and I proposed the agenda how to deal with the climate finance in the ODA. As a German speaker mentioned previously, 85% of the financing source for climate change is coming from ODA. That was mentioned by Dr. Stephanie. So ITMO requires a lot of budget. So in that case, if we link the ITMO and the transmission of others, it could be a tied ODA. So how to utilize those financing resources? As 2 and 3 speakers talked about the issue, they pointed a different focus. They had a different focus. One talked about the mainstreaming of climate change in the ODA, and talking about ODA and climate change is a little bit different. So in terms of ITMO, how to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, in what way should be discussed. And the communication and discussion should be made well with the private sector as well. Next speaker is the head of the team, Youngsun, at the Climate Crisis and Pandemic Response Department of KOICA. And this department has been in the ODA for several years. So we will listen to her statement.
네. 안녕하세요. Hello, everyone. I am in charge of the Untitled ODA, and I'm from the KOICA, and especially I am in charge of the Green ODA at KOICA. the importance of ODA and the limitation of the ODA, and a lot of related issues of the ODA have been mentioned today. And as you know, our organization is in charge of this ODA, so I do feel a sense of heavy responsibility. When it comes to the Green ODA, the KOICA's strategy and also international program will be introduced by me. In fact, when it comes to the ODA, we'll support the economic development as well as the social welfare of the developing countries. So the crisis stemming from the climate change goes beyond the environment crisis, but also it affects seriously on our economy and societies as well. So from the perspective of the developing countries, they need a lot of development in economics and society. So not only Green ODA, there are a lot of development needs in these countries. So apart from the Green ODA, along with the cooperation with our partner countries, our organizations must work on. Of course, KOICA is a governmental organization, so we have to implement the strategy of the government, and also development cooperation project and norms of the ODA, which was agreed by the global society, must be abide by our organizations, and we have to implement the project. As Dr. Chung from the KDI mentioned, in July last year, we have firstly introduced the Green New Deal ODA project, and that is the first strategy and plan for this Green ODA project. When it comes to government-led the strategy for the ODA, this is a new one in this field. And also, of course, Korea's ODA history is relatively short. So at the level of the government, the system and law and strategy of the ODA has been systematically set up ever since after the accession to the OECD-DAC. So last year, the strategy of the government of the ODA, based on that, KOICA itself has come up with a climate action midterm plan from 2015 to 2020. We are implementing this plan. From the OECD-DAC, prior to the COP26, has announced their declaration on climate, environment, and biodiversity, and among them, the mitigation and adaptation, and also cooperation between the parties has been committed at the political level. From the perspective of developing donor countries' perspective, this has been produced as a form of declaration to reduce the GHG. It helps the just transition and expanding the resources for the ODA in this field. So just to briefly introduce to you our climate midterm action plan of KOICA, we have come up with this series of strategy in order to achieve the 2050 carbon neutrality. We help transition of economies into the low carbon economies. As you have heard many statistics from the presentations, the financial resources for the ODA is less than the mitigation and adaptation, but among the Green ODA, when it comes to adaptation, KOICA committed to about the 70%, but when it comes to the mitigation, it's about 30%. Of course, Professor Chung mentioned that adaptation takes up greater portion than the mitigation, so mitigation must be increased. But we do have contrary structure, so By 2025, from base year of 2019, we're going to double the ODA amount. However, at the international level, but rather than expanding adaptation contribution, while we are making efforts in adaptation, but our efforts related to the carbon neutrality, so we have to focus, in terms of that, we have to focus more on the mitigation. So new renewable energy and solar energy and other renewable energy sources should be deployed. And also plantation of trees and implementing circular economy to promote environmental friendlier economies. So these are the directions that we are aiming to pursue. And you have heard a lot times on blended finance, as KOICA is a untied organization, ODA organizations, to achieve the carbon neutrality. Large scale of loan projects or the private financial sources will be linked into a project to be implemented. And we need this. So through various partnerships with the private sectors, we are making various efforts. Second strategy is to enhance the urban climate adaptation resiliency for the green growth. When it comes to the water management improvement and also drinking water provision and early warning system for the disasters, or the areas of efforts to reduce the natural disaster risks by KOICA. So going forward, we're going to make efforts continuously to address the climate adaptation, and with the various partners, we're going to expand the partnership in technical field as well. One country or one entity cannot address climate change, so with the various experts, KOICA has been making a bold, stronger efforts. And as a implementation organization of the GCF, we have been recognized. So we have been preparing from 2010, and last year we have finally recognized and authorized. So KOICA can collaborate with the GCF and can abide by the norms of the GCF, which has a larger amount of the budget. So we can increase our ODA, and also we can have a better fulfilled outcomes going forward. Not only KOICA, but prior to KOICA, KBD also was recognized by the UN organization, such as the GCF. So domestic organization, including private sectors, can engage in GCF activity. So we would like to play a platform or bridge role in this end. When it comes to the information sharing and the collaboration, they mentioned about the importance of them. International Development Consultation Body was set up in 2019. Majorly, the public sector's organizations are engaged in to collaborate and linked together. And this is a venue for the discussion. And this will include the membership even to the private sectors. So with this as a platform related to the Green ODA, we can share the information, and also we can seek a way for the cooperation. And based on the partnership, we can support the developing countries to cope with the climate change. So we are going to do this. So with this effort last year, for your reference, CTCN's liaison office at Korea was set up. So climate change technical cooperation event was held. So our organization decided to engage in that consultative body. So various private and public sectors organizations are joined there to assess the feasibility of the climate-related technology to reflect in the cooperative project, including the activities of the GCF, to contribute to the climate change. So we are going to pool our wisdoms. Of course, there are some limitations and some concerns, but when it comes to the Green ODA, KOICA will cooperate and also will come up with a various portfolio by discussing with many parties. And also, Green ODA is not limited to the environment, but it can be integrated in various fields like transportation, agriculture, and water, and so on. So we are trying to come up with the tools and other strategy to reflect them. And so from setting up a strategy, the plans to the implementation, we're going to mainstreaming the consideration of climate change, and we're going to reflect what is necessary in our project to come up with the real ODA that can support our partners. Well, that was a KOICA and Green ODA current issues, but there's no solution or answer when it comes to the ITMO issue. Maybe the climate change policy, which is a carbon neutrality policy, it has been set up. However, there is no head who are actually dealing with this policy, and I believe that the energy mix policy will be reshuffled this year, and we have to come up with an ENCPRK, and every 2 years we have to come up and issue that. So we have to produce the result from this year. It's not to provide. We have to come up with a indicative curve to issue how much reduction that we're going to reduce by year. So 33.5 million ton is not a total amount, but there is some amount that we are going to calculate more. So how we're going to utilize the ODA will be some areas of concern as well. And also there is a framework of the ODA and climate sector. They do have their own framework for the contribution to the NDC. So how they're going to balance them and how they're going to come up with the finance will be area of concern. And also there are many various options that you have heard. So now how can we utilize them? That will be very important. Basically what is important is that mostly when it comes to GSET, for example, there are many potentials to reduce the emissions. The core is that while to help or support the host country, how they can manage the carbon issue is important. Well, ODA can support to that end, but because they can build capacity of the developing countries. But when it comes to the energy sector, if there is anything that we have been doing, then what we have to add is MRV capacity, how to measure and report and verify. What could be very starting point is inventory. Developing countries are lacking inventory, are not developed. So then ITMO is very difficult to do that because it's a transfer of the inventory items, as you know. So you have to consider about that too, right? And I believe many will consider going forward. And I believe that many organizations are making best efforts by setting up a body and so on. Of course, the delegation part is very important, but I believe that JIJET must be carried out by KOICA, right? Of course, you are planning for that. So we would like to support your effort. And also other organizations, they can have a bigger infrastructure project. The first CPI presenter mentioned about the taxonomy, and that is from the market part, but the CPI mentioned that the ODA must have this kind of a feature or the characteristics. Otherwise, they cannot do set carbon pricing. So this serves as a backbone. By setting up this kind of a backbone or ODA, then the additional input from the government should be made, or from the cooperation of the government, we can transfer the ITMO as well, so we can have a better outcome. So, of course, I believe that these missing points must be included in their existing works. What you have to take reference to is Paris Agreement, because the bilateral nexus is very important, and that is the challenge that we have to address.
Naturally, the final speaker is the General Manager An, and the KDB was certified, and KOICA was certified as an organization for these activities. So I invited the General Manager An from KDB. Thank you for your kind introduction. My name is Anuk Sang, General Manager of ESG New Deal Planning Department of KDB. KDB is not a government organization, so it is hard to say the solution or resolution of the ODA and NDC and carbon neutrality objectives should be met, and we are playing the role to provide an information in this regard. As Professor Chung pointed out, we are a GCF certified organization, and I'd like to talk about our activities in that regard. KDB is a certified organization by GCF, and GCF was established intended to support the developing countries' greenhouse gas emissions and adaptation. And GCF was established in Songdo, Korea, and it is an international financing organization under the structure of United Nations. Under the Paris Agreement, financing needs to be provided to developing countries, and GCF created and raised the fund of $20.3 billion by advanced countries, including Korea. And Ministry of Strategy and Finance also was involved in this effort. And KDB was the first organization certified by the GCF, and we need to go through the re-certification process every 5 years. And 2 years ago, the 32nd General Assembly of the GCF certified our organization for the next 5 years, so we can continue our activities as a certified GCF organization. World Bank, EDRB, and GIG, and KfW, and other 103 organizations are certified GCF organizations. For developing countries' response to climate change, member countries propose the projects for the developing countries' support to the GCF Secretariat. And after the Secretariat approves, the GCF proposal is posted and placed to the board members of the GCF. GCF and certified organizations utilized the grant to support technical support and assistance. For the climate change response in developing countries, it is hard to secure the financial feasibility, so it is hard to involve private sectors. The concessional loan or long-term loan is provided to support the developing countries. As Dr. Gaia pointed out, adaptation has challenges. So when we developed the GCF project, KOICA, the Korea's ODA organization, or Export and Import Bank are our collaboration partner. And Green Growth Fund is utilized to support the ODA. And if it is GCF project, ODA's role is very important. So when we conduct the GCF projects in the future, we will collaborate with KOICA and other ODA-related organizations in Korea. We conducted as an organization at KDF 3 projects to improve the infrastructure in developing countries, and we also support the technical companies entering into Asian countries, and we also provide the support to another developing countries. In Indonesia, we provide the support to improve energy efficiency. So when there is a lender in Indonesia, GCF provides guarantee so that Indonesia's bank can provide fund or lend or loan at good conditions. So it will create new values and it will improve the energy efficiency in Indonesia. So we expect the greenhouse gas emissions reduction in the future. So concept note was already submitted and it will be approved in the upcoming 34th General Meeting of GCF. And we also provide the program that supports the technical companies to enter into developing countries. CTCN and GCF presents both technology and financing part. And this second program emphasizes the collaboration between the two. Under this program, we intended to create a joint venture in a local country to localize the climate-related technologies and find business opportunities in developing countries. It is to create the innovation ecosystem, and we are planning to create $200 million, and GCF will provide $100 million out of $200 million. It is a representative method of blended financing. The funding proposal was already submitted to the GCF Secretariat, and I expect that it will be approved in the 34th or 35th board meeting of GCF. KOICA and KGGTF want to provide the technical assistance together with us. And the third program is related to establish the Green Bank in Cambodia. GCF will provide $55 million, and private sector will be invited to provide the remaining finance. And the $50 million from private sector can be secured with the participation of EDCF, and it will be proposed to the next board meeting of GCF. We have talked about ITMO project, and when we developed the project, we considered the CDF and GCF projects. And from the GCF perspective, CDM project is a financial support under the climate protocol. So it may not be easy to promote co-financing from CDM and GCF. But recently, the sentiment has been changed to allow that kind of blended financing if we can expect clear reductions of greenhouse gas emissions. So we will research and study how to link those two in the future. Thank you very much. KDB is not an ODA organization and is conducting a business related to the ODA. So you shared your experience of conducting the ODA, and you talked about how to support financing. I'd like to give you an update information from what you mentioned, and we talked about, you used the term ITMO for the reduction in overseas countries. And we also use the term result-based payment if we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions in developing countries. CDM follows the same logic. CDM is not used anymore, but under the Kyoto Protocol, when we conduct the CDM project, Korean companies can get paid from the host country, and they utilize that result to transfer the reduction outcome for the ITMO. So the basic principle is not double counting, not to deduct double counting. And the Forest Ministry did the RED project, and it was incorporated into the inventory of the host country, and there was no compensation for the reduction efforts. But if it is transferred to other countries, it is okay. If it is just counted once, there will be no problem. So creative approach by the nations will be used under the Article 6.3 of the Paris Agreement. And the reason why I raised the issue is how much the ODA can be involved in this one. If it is linked with money, it will not work because it is tied assistance. All of these are related to our current effort. All the answers we want to find are stated in the Paris Agreement. We, GCF and GF, are the climate-related financing organizations in the international community. So how to meet in halfway is an issue. If we are interested in climate change, GCF and Paris Agreement stated all the answers. Financing countries and countries who received financing and the relationship between the two are governed under the Paris Agreement. It might be a difficult issue that seems not to have no solution. So we raised the issue and this agenda, but we cannot see a clear answer to this question, whether we can do the reshuffling or whether we can do and find the other options. But these decisions should be made at the highest level. But we, as a working level people, need to understand the trend to establish and shape the internal policies and provide support to the government. So I'd like to give each one 1 minute to provide a closing comment and then wrap up this session. So I will provide a closing remark within a given time. I'd like to say that the existing ODA concept and the blended finance, like a joint investment, are two different things, and we are in the middle between the two concepts. So from the existing point of view, it is very unique, new, and interesting one. And this should be accommodated into the current domestic legal laws and regulations. If our laws cannot be flexible, we cannot take that new approach.
Thank you. Due to his personal issue now, Mr. Kim is skipped. Mrs. Chung, please. Well, I didn't mention about the ITMO because I focused on today's topic, the Green ODA. When it comes to the overseas reduction, well, from our institute, we have been conducting the research with Professor Chung. So to what extent the ODA can be utilized for the overseas reduction? What could be the role of ODA? Well, we are currently reviewing on this part. And I believe you believe in the potential of the ODA, but the issue is how we're going to utilize. And when it comes to the international society, there are some issues of double counting and so on. So why not undermining these issues? We have to review more. And if I have another opportunity in the future, then I will offer you some of my comment. Then, as Kiev is the co-host of the KLRI and showed some of the solutions as well. So I believe that in the international society, we can have a Korean ODA as a standard. When you look at the NDCs of a world, there is no NDCs that captures specific numbers as Korea does. For example, if you ask for the developing countries or even the U.S., there is no statistics or concrete numbers reflected. So I believe that we do have our own challenge in doing so. And if you address ourselves well, then we can come up with an international standard. I think this is a great idea from the perspective of supporting developing countries. Now, Ms. Lee, 1 minute to you. To effectively contributing to the development of economy and society of the developing countries, at the same time addressing the climate change, there are many importance placed upon the ODA as a primary water. So from that perspective, we are going to make best efforts with the collaboration of the relevant organizations. And we're going to get a lot of financings. And addressing the ITMO, we are going to make best efforts to seek solutions.
So 1 minute to you as well. As I have already mentioned, green finance in Korea is important to achieve the carbon neutrality and the NDC implementation. And as a GCF certified organization, we are conducting many activities. So we have collaborated a lot with KOICA to provide the support, and we will continue our efforts for further collaboration. Thank you. It has been 2 months since the new administration was inaugurated. So I'd like to refer to the strategies and plans made by the Government Transition Committee. And there was a press release made by the new administration. There were 5 points, and one of them is ITMO, and the government is committed to making a lot of efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and promote ITMO. And the Korean government is trying to establish best practices to support developing countries to respond better to climate change. And Korea can achieve its own target well. And at the center of those efforts, I think there will be many organizations presenting here today. And relevant organizations, ministries, international organizations need cooperation to take a global leadership. So we passed the scheduled luncheon time. So have a nice lunch, and we will resume our second panel discussion at 2 o'clock.
Okay, I hope that you enjoyed the lunch. And then now it's time for us to start the second session. I'm sorry that there has been some delay with 15 minutes. This second session is to share some of the practical lessons that we can get from the different developing countries. So we have actually 5 panelists, and then 4 of 5 actually come from the different developing countries, and then all of them are working currently for their governments. So I'm sure that this session will be a very excellent chance for us to understand what kind of issues that we can further tackle based on our findings that we did actually in the morning. And then in addition to 4 panelists from the developing countries, we also invited a special speaker, Professor Kye-Hong, who is the lead KOICA program for the developing country students on campus. And then she's also an expert on the international development cooperation. And I'm sure that her participation can only be a lot of value add to the session as well. We have 3 speakers in the podium, and then I know that there are 2 more speakers who joined online. And then for every speaker, I'd like to give about 10 to maximum 15 minutes, right? And then so that you can basically introduce your country case, okay? In case of Dr. Kang, you can add some other additional issues that you think are appropriate for today's seminar. Without further ado, I'd like to ask Professor Kye-Hong. She's Assistant Professor of College of United Studies and also Graduate School of United Studies of Korea University. So Professor Kang, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Chung, for your kind introduction. I'm very happy and pleased to be here today. So although this session is about perspectives of developing countries, please allow me to firstly talk about the effectiveness of Korean ODA, and then introduce KOICA KU Graduate School of International Studies Scholarship Program. Because to increase the effectiveness of ODA, it's important to diagnose the weaknesses of current ODA system and environment of the donor countries, as well as understand the situation of the developing countries. So I will first talk about some points that Korea needs to consider as a donor country. Then I'll talk about the KOICA KUGSI scholarship program, as the presenters following my presentation are the participants of the program. So I'm very sorry that I didn't expect that the slide is going to be this small. So you may have difficulty reading every words in the slide, but I will try to explain everything during the presentation. So despite the huge amount of aid support, the issue of the poverty remains unresolved. And as you see here, the international community set up international agenda at the high-level forums to increase the effectiveness of aid in solving this problem. So the issue of ineffectiveness of ODA is a worldwide problem, including Korea. Then let's examine the case of Korea closely. So despite the increase of ODA size over the years in Korea, many still have doubts about its effectiveness. And the challenging factors that cause this ineffectiveness as you see here on the challenging factors include lack of linkage between long-term vision and ODA implementation strategies. Secondly, dualization and fragmentation of grant and loan ODA aid. Third, ambiguity of criteria for selecting priority countries. Fourth, opacity or lack of information about ODA projects. Fifth, inefficiency in executing budgets due to poor management. And these 5 factors, I believe that they are the result of lack of quality of planning and evaluation of the ODA project. In other words, if Korea improves quality of planning and evaluation, it can mitigate the negative influence of these factors. Then what causes the low quality of planning and evaluation in Korea? I'm very sorry that this is too small for you to read. I will elaborate. The first cause is a lack of evidence-based policies and strategies. If we look at Korean development policies, such as Korea's 6 diplomatic tasks, New Southern policies, 3rd Framework Plan for International Development Cooperation, Korea emphasizes development cooperation to promote its own national interest and win-win prosperity with recipient countries. But Korea does not study enough about the benefits of providing ODA on Korea. We don't have enough evidence about what recipient countries and ODA sectors bring economic or diplomatic benefits to Korea. Korea selects priority countries, ODA volume by countries without evidence provided by empirical studies. The strategies and policies established based on the poor evidence lead to ineffectiveness ODA and the decrease of public support. So we can collect this evidence when we sufficiently consider the benefits of ODA aid on Korea when we plan and evaluate the project. The second cause of low quality of evaluation is inexistence of an independent ODA evaluation agency. It's difficult for consulting companies, research centers that are hired by donor agencies to critically evaluate, objectively and critically evaluate. Therefore, these consulting companies or research centers generally focus on highlighting the positive aspect of the project. So it does not provide sufficient lessons to improve the future project. And the third cause is of the low quality of planning and evaluation is simply donor agencies' insufficient emphasis on planning and evaluation. The ODA project procedure is divided into planning, implementation, and evaluation. And usually, donor agencies spend a lot of time and money on implementation rather than planning and evaluation. Then why? The reasons are as follows. The heads of the ODA implementation institutions are appointed by the president, that the heads have burden of producing tangible results within a short term. So they don't have time to focus on planning and evaluation. Secondly, due to frequent rotation of position of employees, it's difficult to carry out the projects in accordance with a long-term perspective, decreasing the responsibility of the employees. So I come up with several suggestions. First, I suggest launching a separate research organization for evidence-based ODA strategies and evaluation. These organizations can help donor agencies to come up with proper indicators that measure the benefits of Korea, and also help them to plan and evaluate their project. But there is a thing to consider, because this national interest can mean differ by the ministries. Ministry of Economic and Finance may emphasize economic benefits, while Ministry of Foreign Affairs may emphasize diplomatic relations by complying with international norms. My second suggestion is establishing evaluation agency that guarantees independence and autonomy. However, it's expected that it will be difficult to secure independent and professional manpower independent from KOICA and EDCF. If they're all the same people evaluating each other, this kind of decreases the objective of establishing this organization. So it may be difficult to also receive support from the donor agencies in establishing such organization. The third suggestion aims to make the practitioners to spend more of their time, energy, and money on planning and evaluation of the projects. If institutions, departments, and individuals are evaluated based on long-term performance of the project, they will automatically spend more time, energy, and money on planning and evaluation to effectively carry out the project. So having said this, now I would like to introduce this KOICA KU GSI Scholarship Program. This program is a part of KOICA's CIAT program. CIAT means in Korean seed, and CIAT actually is a CIAT, which stands for Capacity Improvement and Advancement for Tomorrow program. This program helps developing countries to accelerate their development through capacity building programs. The implementing universities of the scholarship program invite a batch of 20 government officials every year, and each batch stays in Korea for 17 months to obtain the master's degree of the universities. And GSIS, Graduate School of International Studies of Korea University, has been implementing this program since 2007, and the theme of the program has changed twice. In the beginning, the theme was about international development, and it switched to economic policy and development in 2014. And since 2017, the program was implemented under the theme of finance and tax policy. So far, we have produced 250 graduates from 47 countries. The largest portion of graduates is from Southeast Asia, followed by Eastern Africa, South Asia, Latin America, and so on. And the purpose of the scholarship program is to support socio-economic development of the recipient countries, for the developing countries, and also for Korea to expand Korea's influence in international society by training the next generation of the developing countries' leaders who will come out of the program with amicable and cooperative relationship with Korea. So far, this is the brief introduction of the scholarship program. And now, before I end my presentation, I would like to revisit my point of evaluating the benefits of the project on donor countries by using the case of scholarship program. So usually, this program is evaluated based on the participants' perception of the program. So KOICA, or implementing universities, ask the participants how much they are satisfied, how much they have learned, how much their behavior changed. So the questionnaire, including these questions, are distributed to the participants, and their responses become the outcome of the program. But these results can be a bit superficial because it's highly likely that these participants' perception is not so objective, right? So a more ideal way of evaluating is to measure the impact of the program on individuals' salary increase, promotion, their developed policies that benchmark the case of Korea, their developed policies that improve the relationship between the recipient country and Korea. We can find this impact by comparing between the participants and non-participants. So this will be an impact evaluation. This is ideal way, but in reality, it's not easy because of the lack of data. But anyhow, my point is that in general, all these evaluation is focused on benefits on developing country. So recently, my colleagues and students of GSIS and I studied about benefits of the program on implementing university. So we examined how it can contribute to improving the governance of GSIS, like administrative capacity, national status of the GSIS, all included in the governance section. And then also, the quality of the education by inviting these government officials, how it has influenced the quality of the education, research capacity, and building network. So with the limited data, this study only examined the benefits of Korea at the university level, but if we design carefully from the planning stage, we can collect the data at the national level, such as, for example, an increase of Korean corporates' participation in the recipient government's projects to measure the economic and diplomatic benefits of Korea at the national level. I just wanted to show an example of evaluating the benefits of the project on donor country with the case of scholarship program before inviting the next presenters who are the actual participants of the scholarship program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kang. I know that you joined today's seminar, just now. And then I wonder how you capture the main findings we discussed in the morning from your presentation, right? One of the points that we actually discussed a lot is what would be the benefits that donor country like Republic of Korea can share by implementing the ODA project, especially in the context of addressing climate change. And I think in the sense that you pointed out a very important point. And then also evaluation. And then I think you also thinking about the monitoring as well, right? Actually, surprising enough, especially in the context of climate change, we only have a very thin layer in the ODA world within Korea to work together with the developing countries. Same group of people implement the projects, and same group of people actually evaluate themselves. And then we wonder whether or not we can ensure the effective implementation of the project. In that sense, I think you made very good suggestions by considering the establish an independent evaluation organization. In that regard, I know that we didn't plan to ask questions right after the presentation, but because this is so fascinating points that everybody might want to know more, may I ask you, do you have any more concrete ideas on how to establish that independent evaluating organization? Have you ever thought about it, or you still remain as a matter of the principle of the thinking about that?
I think, well, I thought about this for a long time actually, but I couldn't come up with a concrete plan because of the manpower problem. Because, we have been, Korea has been providing ODA for a long time, but then the major donor agencies were KOICA and EDCF. So it's not going to be easy to obtain the manpower who are independent from these two institutions. So that's one thing that we have to, I think, overcome. Yeah.
Okay, and in that regard, maybe I can make a suggestion for you. I know that Professor Kang has been a champion on campus, actually, to provide a training for colleagues from developing countries, as you just heard. And then there is also strong needs, actually, for you to educate the Korean experts future experts. We have our program, but it's more theoretical and then too general. But in terms of the providing technical training, also bringing them to the fields, and then developing some of the field work requirements. And then based on that, maybe you can set up a certificate system through which not only Korea University students, but also other students and then experts to be actually certified, so that they can be sure that they will remain in this arena, right? And so there is another big project for you, I guess, and then I hope that you would have a chance to elaborate that idea more. I think that's good, not only for Korea, also for developing world as a whole. Anyway, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Now, I'd like to move to the second presentation, who is Nicole. I just always call her as Nicole, but it's always difficult for me to pronounce the full name. If my pronunciation is not correct, please allow me to be okay. Nicole Mepungang Crystal, she's from the Ministry of Water Resources and Energy of Cameroon, also currently enrolled in KOICA program led by Professor Kang. So Nicole, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the Korean government and Professor Chung, Suh-Yong for this opportunity to share Cameroon's effort in the fight against climate change on this important climate platform. Transforming climate constraints into development opportunities is the slogan used in Cameroon in terms of the fight against climate change. This presentation on the introduction will look at the forest cover of Cameroon, the climate action and needs to achieve the NDC target. So Cameroon is a lower middle income country located along the Atlantic Ocean, bordering Nigeria, Chad, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon. And Cameroon is rich in natural resources such as mineral oil and gas, having a high value timber species, and also agricultural products such as cocoa, coffee, cotton, and more. Cameroon has a high natural ecological heritage of global importance, with about 203,404 kilometers square of forest cover. But since 1990 to 2020, 10% of this forest cover has been degraded due to forest degradation, deforestation, poaching, and illegal logging. So we see the African map, which is located. We see the dark green. It's showing the forest cover by country, a study carried out in 2012 by the U.S. Department of Energy. Cameroon was classified having a forest cover between 75% to 100%. But now the Cameroon map, on the other hand, we see the dark green is degrading, where the light green is showing the forest degraded forest already. Now the greenhouse gas emissions in Cameroon, the agricultural sector is the highest emitting sector with 69%, followed by energy with 18%, and waste 12%, and industry 1%. And now on the other side, comparing the reference year of 2010 and with the 2030 ambition of our NDC target, the business as usual scenario shows that our emission will be about 119 gigagrams CO2 equivalent. And with national capacity to limit greenhouse gas emission, we will be at 104,000 gigagrams. And with the help of donor countries like Korea and other ODA countries, we will be limiting the greenhouse gas emission to 76,000 gigagrams. That's less 35%, or 42,000 gigagrams, sorry. Now, our NDC target actually is a revised NDC target, is 35% by 2030. 12% is the unconditional NDC target, depending on national capacity, and 23% is conditional, depending on foreign donors. This 35% is distributed among the various key sectors like forestry 16.3%, agriculture 5.7%, energy 11.2%, and waste 2.3%. And this, the main objectives of this sector, like agriculture, we hope to green our agricultural policy through sedentarization to avoid deforestation because of agricultural activities. We also look into sustainable forest management and improvement of energy supply and energy efficiency. Actually, Cameroon hopes that by 2035 to increase the renewable energy supply in the electricity mix by 25%. And also in the area of waste, we hope to build a national waste strategy and encourage corporate social responsibilities for countries. Now, the energy transition, climate action. Cameroon is blessed with high potential for solar energy transition ranging from 4.4% to 4.4 to 6 kilowatts hour per meter square as on the Cameroon map, but we see on the other side of the diagram of the chart, it's showing that the country depends more on hydropower for electricity, and solar energy represents less than 1%. So it is a call for investments in solar energy or renewable energy in general, and where Cameroon hopes to reach 25% by 2030, but we are still at less than 1%. The climate action also on renewable energy so far, there are some key projects that has been carried out or some that are ongoing. We have the rural electrification project for 1,000 localities by photovoltaic solar system. This project actually was carried out by Huawei, Chinese company, and phase one of this project produced 11.2 megawatts for 160 localities. This contract was signed in 2012. It's completed and producing 17,000 million kilowatts hour and serving about 120,000 users. Phase two of this project also was carried out 2016, from 2016 to 2021. Actually, this project produced 13 megawatt for 184 localities. This project, it's in the rural areas. It was carried out in the rural areas where there is the off-grid areas actually, because 80% of the rural areas don't have access to electricity in Cameroon. And generally, just like 60% of the population have access to electricity. The more importance for investment in the area of renewable energy. Other projects, like in the area of biomass, we have a project for the construction of small biomass power plant. It's ongoing to produce 50 kilowatts and 75 kilowatts for both phases. And another project also, which on biomass, which is there to produce 30 kilowatts for both phases. Now, the need for Cameroon to achieve NDC target. So we are, Cameroon is depending on the donor countries like Korea for technological transfer in the area of biomass, in the area of onshore wind power, solar photovoltaic, solar thermal, small hydro, and the rapid transport bus. And I think when I go back to Cameroon, I'm really going to miss the transport system of Korea, and we really hope for this technological transfer, honestly. Energy efficiency in building too. In Korea, we noticed that, for example, I'm just from the restroom. The energy efficiency, once you enter into the toilet, it's very sensitive. When you close the door, the lights are on. When you open the door, the lights are off. That's energy efficiency. We hope to have such technological transfer in our country. Mini hydroelectricity and also energy efficiency in industries. In the area of finance, we also need financial needs to carry out projects that are envisaged in the area of greening the economy. Total mitigation needs, you need about 25,000 million US dollars. In the area of energy, we need 14,000 million US dollars that's for mitigation. And for adaptation, we need about 31,000 million US dollars. And in the area of energy and waste, 5,000 million US dollars. And some projects that are already in place, hoping to have finance to be carried out. We have the promotion of electric cars. So we hope to substitute 5% of fossil fuel vehicles by electric cars by 2030. And it requires us $1,500 million for this. Implementation also of off-grid mini hydroelectricity power to produce 600 megawatts. It needs 2.1 million. Solar energy production for 400 megawatts for solar plants, that's 1,250. We also need a low carbon, render our cities low carbon. Actually, the highest emitting cities in Cameroon is the economic capital and the political capital, Yaoundé and Douala. So we hope to have a low energy consumption in such cities. In the area of green climate finance, some of the projects, we have 5 projects submitted. Total green climate finance is 24.7 million US dollars. We have 4 readiness activities. Readiness support approved, it's amounting to 102,000 US dollars, and readiness support disbursed is 654,000 US dollars. Now, we also need capacity building. We wish to be able to design, implement, monitor, and evaluate projects that are eligible for funding. We also need capacity building in the area to strengthen collaborations with accredited regional and multilateral entities. We need capacity building to build a project bank that can be attractive to resource providers. We need capacity building in the area of research and development. Now, following capacity building between Korea and Cameroon, actually since 1961, when Cameroon gained independence, Korea and Cameroon has had strong diplomatic ties. And the Korea-Cameroon Economic Energy Cooperation was celebrated 10-year anniversary in 2020. And this Korea helps Cameroon in the area of capacity building when it comes to economic, both in the private and the public sector. The ODA, as Professor Kang already mentioned, the Koika Fellowship Program, it's really helping, and I'm proud to be a beneficiary of this program, and I really wish to say thank you very much to the Korean government on this. We also benefit from the expertise of Korea in the area of consulting. Korea is helping Cameroon in the establishment of a master plan for the development of renewable energy. Korea is also helping Cameroon in the implementation of e-government master plan in Cameroon, and also National Institute for Vocational Trainers and program development. That's to help to train trainers who can produce students or graduates who can better serve the economy or the job market. So to conclude, we are saying that following the emission balance sheet, it shows that Cameroon remains a carbon sink because our carbon sequestration is 2 times greater than our emission. So Cameroon is seeking to build capacity so that we can effectively participate in Article 6 mechanisms of the Paris Agreement.
Thank you. I should say thank you very much, not only for your wonderful presentations, also as a former instructor of your course that you took. And I'm very pleased that actually you converted your knowledge that you learned in the course actually to this practical presentation. When I saw your presentation, actually I can bump up several ideas on if Korea and Cameroon would like to develop the ODA project in dealing with the climate change. There are several ideas. Okay. For instance, I know that this is an informal session, so we can be a little bit more informal in exchanging the ideas, because I know that looking at the sector, to me, it sounds good for Cameroon to focus on both forestry and energy, right? And then I just checked your country status because forest sector is important and because of geological location. As I assumed, Cameroon, I found, is a member country of CAFE. Right? The CAFE is a multilateral framework to protect the rainforest area in the Central Africa. And then I know that Cameroon now is one of the member countries. So you now actually can work together with Korea at the bilateral level. Also, there is a possibility for Cameroon to be involved in the multilateral setting. And then I don't know whether you heard about what I said about the Gabon. Recently, I visited the Gabon, which is also one of the CAFE member country. And then based on our findings that Gabon has no illegal logging at all, they have a very strong implementation of the climate change law. And then they have maintained the forestry under the frame of REDD+. And the Gabon became the first CAFE member country which received a result-based payment through the frame of Gabon, especially from Norway. And then when I went to Gabon, and I found that this is just a good country to work together with because even they have generated already a lot of REDD+ credits, and that they are ready to actually deal with this REDD+ credits with other countries. And then I think Cameroon may have a similar potential. But usually, when I ask the developing countries, the fellow friends, to present on their situation, they usually don't include the governance issues, right? Whether or not there is a corruption matter, or do you have appropriate institution settings up, and then others, which are very, very important, because otherwise we cannot ensure the effective implementation of all these plans. Right? And then one thing that I don't know is that in order to get the funding through the ODA with the Republic of Korea, usually Republic of Korea maintains the list of the countries which are very important in terms of eligibility to ODA. Right? There is about 14 countries identified by Republic of Korea. But I know that if a country is very good at in terms of potential to work together with Korea, this list can be changed. I know that currently the Korean government is working on adding the Gabon to this list. Okay, so it is possible. And to do so, always, no matter what we will do, where we go, and it applies to other countries as well, people matters. Right? So we need to identify who has the highest level of political wills, who will be able to implement this potential ideas into the real work. Okay? So that requires in both Cameroon and Gabon, and so also other countries as well. Okay? So in that regard, I really enjoyed your presentation. And then I don't know whether it can be you actually who to make this potential to be real, right? We always welcome the pioneers, right? The pioneers, change the history, and then I do hope that you will be one of them in the future. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now I'd like to go to the next presenter, Eloy. Eloy Fataki Kishibisha. He's from the Ministry of Finance, DR Congo, right? One of the hottest countries in rainforest area, right? Actually, over the lunch, we had some conversations about your country, okay? And then he is also a KOICA program student as well. So, Eloy, floor is yours. Do you need?
Yes.
No. Okay. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Professor. Thank you very much to give me the space to talk about DR Congo. My presentation will be focused mostly on some of the potentials that the DR Congo has, now has country, in terms of forestry and also fight against climate crisis. Now, DR Congo is considered by the international community as one of the country solutions because of its potential in terms of forestry, fresh water, diversity, biological diversity, and even in terms of mineral resources. So as the professor has already said, my name is Eloi from DR Congo, and I'm a Korea student. I would like to thank again the government of Korea for this opportunity to let us come to Korea to learn a lot about different aspects of development. So the presentation will be turning around just a short introduction of my country, DR Congo. I will also try to highlight some of the potentials that we have and also try to show how the DR Congo is committed since some decades in terms of fighting against climate crisis. And again, some of the ambitions that we have in terms of 10 years are upcoming, and also how DR Congo is working with some of the international donors to fight against the climate crisis. As for a short presentation, it is really a large country with around 2 million, 3,045 for 110 kilometers square. And with the DR Congo as a narrow opening to the Atlantic Ocean. And also we have kind of two big seasons. One in Equator, it's like the equatorial season, which is occupying the second, which cross the equators, and the equator, which is occupying the second vast rainforest, like forest in the world after the Amazon. So the other season is the tropical season, which is below and above the equator. So as for talking about potentials, I would like to first start by introducing the huge forestry potentials that we have in DR Congo, which is now considered by the international community like an international reserve. So we have, like DR Congo has approximately 5.5 million of hectares in terms of rainforest, which is now representing 60% of forests of the basin, so the Congo basin, and which is the largest tropical forest on the planet. So according to the Central African Forest Initiative, one of the reports that has been produced in 2021, so the Congo basin now absorbs nearly 1.5 billion tons of CO2 from the atmosphere every year. So this is representing like 4% of the global emissions. And again, the same report shows that the forest, the DR Congo forest, is sequestrating approximately 24.5 gigatons of greenhouse gas. And also, talking about the peatlands that we have, we are constituting like a natural stock for more than 30 gigatons of carbon dioxide, which is equivalently to more than 2 years of global greenhouse gas emission. So when we are talking about the reserve that we have in terms of minerals, which is now considered also like a very important aspect of to ensure the ecological transition, which is one of the main elements to bring the world to achieve the objective of the Article 2 of limiting like the temperature to 1.5 degree. The subsoil of DR Congo contains more than like 60%, around 60% of cobalt world reserves. So and 10% of the copper, and also some other minerals which are really essential for ecological transition. Talking about this unfortunately due to some other economical problems, so there is a lack of governance. As just suddenly Professor was talking about governance, because of some problems in terms of governance. Now, so we need to focus more, to be more committed to manage these resources to be able to achieve the sustainable development. So talking about water, in terms of freshwater resources, the DR Congo is really a real world reservoir of fresh water. For when we see the River Congo, which is the second longest in Africa after the Nile, and has an average flow of 45 million kilometers cube per second, and also 22 meter of the deepest, one of the deepest in Africa. This is really considered as one of the big potential also that which is now protected by the world, because with the DRC island waters, we are representing 70% of water so which are carrying out 10% of world fresh water, and 52% of the African continent water in terms of fresh water. Another aspect is about the rich biodiversity that we have. One of the richest biological diversity in the world now is considered as DRC, which contains many several resources in terms of faunal resource and florical riches. Again, we have 9 national parks and more than 60 hunting areas and natural reserves, which are currently covering 13.5% of the national territory. So efforts are being made by the government, but now this heritage is now treated by some variety factors, which are poaching, agriculture expansion, artisanal mining, and lack of some economic alternatives. So this is really exposing the country to some negative effects related to climate change. So why DRC is now considered one of the country solution to fight against climate change? There are 3 major factors. The first one is because of the immense forest resource of DRC. Again, also its peat bogs, as well as its mangrove, which make a vast zone of sequestration of storage and of carbon, atmospheric carbon. And without this, the global warming would worsen, according to some reports, which we've been analyzed that aspect. Without this, now the global warming would worsen. The second aspect is because of that large freshwater reserve of the DR Congo, which now cover the needs of the African continent and beyond. And it's now used to produce food, liquid hydrogen, and also the future energy needs for the country and even beyond the country. And the third major point is about because of the natural resources, I've already mentioned them, which are now crucial to the expansion of the electronic industry, and also for the technological of communication. So now in 2021, the International Atomic Energy Agency sounded the alarm about the growing gap between global climate ambition for decarbonization and the availability of strategic minerals essential for this decarbonization. So now, since DRC is holding a significant reserve of these minerals, we are getting an opportunity to play a leading leadership role in this matter. So we have been committed in climate change fight since some decade by joining almost all the international conventions which are now gathering country in terms of finding solution to this issue of climate change. And we have been working with also the support of Red Plus mechanism in order to reduce the GHG emission. For the objective was to reduce to 18 million tons by 2021, and also another program has been pilot program has been launched in 2014, which aimed to save 23 million hectares of forest. As for ambitions, we are really, last year, the government of DRC has endorsed on behalf of the Central African Forest Initiative, CAFI, an ambitious 10 years agreement, like from 2021 to 2031, to protect the Congo Basin forest. And this agreement is putting together several international donors, among them the Korean governments, the European countries, and also the United Kingdom of the Great Britain. The objective is to promote the sustainable management of forest, with a priority to strengthen governance and transparency across land use sectors. Again, through this partnership, we will be able to, DRC will be able to support and respond to the dual challenge of food security and climate change through a sustainable agriculture. Talking about GCF, not far from last year, in 2019, DR Congo has submitted a project which concerns all the sector of the economy in order to undertake an action that could change the use of some forests and also the land. So talking about our national determined contribution, in summary, it has been updated in December 2021, and the combined and unconditional and conditional contribution is around 21% reduction of greenhouse gas emission, in which 19% are conditional and 2 are unconditional. So we are also improving the governance with the support of GCF, because we are a member of GCF, to combat this deforestation and to implement the program of planting 1 billion by next year, 2023, which will contribute to the restoration of the ecosystem and increase the forest cover to 63% national territory by 2030. Now DRC is co-organizing the pre-COP 27 with the Arab Republic of Egypt, which has the objective of accelerating the global climate action through reduction of emission and scaling up adaptation efforts and improving appropriate action to fight against the climate change. So the last point is about the action that are being undertaken and also the financial issues. So since some years ago, we have been really supported by GCF in different aspects, readiness activities, projects, and also several other projects, including infrastructure, climate resilience, green resilience recovery, resilient agriculture value chain development, sustainable renewable risk management initiative, support to reduction emission from deforestation and degradation. So to conclude, what I can say is we are really trying to fight, but still we have many problems. As I go back to the first presentation of our Professor Kang, who was talking about other aspects for development who need support. So in this problem, we still have many of them in different sectors. So that's why the country by itself is not able to handle these climate issues, regardless of all the potential that we have. And fortunately now the international organization is taking everything in the DRC as one of the really global reserve in terms of different aspects. So this is my conclusion. I would like just to say that if we want to live in a healthy and peaceful planet, and a planet where forests flourish and water teem life, where quality of life is measured in relationship, not finding we own, we need to unite the world to fight climate change. Thank you very much for your attention.
I like your last word, right? Let's be united to fight against climate change, right? Yeah. That's the spirit that we are building together here. Right? Somehow I didn't plan that way, but somehow it seems like I've been inviting the countries of the coffee, right? In the Congo Basin, right? And then I myself have been there, right? Yeah. There are a lot of opportunities, but do you know what? What is the most serious hindrance in terms of cooperating with Korea? It takes too much time to fly on board. In my case, to go to Gabon, right? Except the transition time, I was inside the airplane for more than 24 hours, having 5 meals. This is something that we cannot actually get rid of. However, there are ways that we can make Korea and then African countries closer, right? I'm sure that there are other ways. I have some comments on your presentation as well. As he's introduced that Congo, DR Congo is has the largest area of forestry, right, in the Central Africa. And then we know that Amazon a lot, but there has been a lot of work done in Amazon, even if we still have many things to deal with. Next destination from the Indonesian perspective is actually Congo Basin. Right? That's why more than 100 leaders agreed that the forest land use is the most vital area of cooperation to tackle climate change last year in Glasgow, right? And then I know that this is going to rising. And then this reason has not been relatively not well known compared with the Amazon area. But I know that the opportunities will come to the countries in this region. In that regard, I tried to take a look at your country's NDC using my mobile phone, but I couldn't open it up. But I assume that based on your presentation, in terms of major sources of the reducing greenhouse gas emissions in your country includes the forestry sector. And then mining usually requires a lot of electricity, right? So decarbonized electricity might be the important sector in your country. Is that correct? Yes. Right. So that means energy, right? And then maybe I captured the two, right? And both countries said that they have a conditional and unconditional target. Conditional means putting the Article 6 mechanism. Okay, so many of the developing countries and NDCs have two different targets. One is the situation where there is no Indonesian assistance is coming in, then this is our baseline. And then they have other targets that says that in case there are assistance from Indonesia side, we can do more. So in case of Korea, we are interested in looking at this part, conditional. Right? And then to do so, both countries and also others as well, if you are interested in working together with maybe donor countries in general, I would suggest, as I said in my class discussions, it's very important for you to be able to manage the carbon stocks, right? In a quantifiable manner. So you need to set up the very well-maintained national inventory, right? And then if possible, sub-national inventory. And then you need to build a very strong capacity of MRV measuring and reporting in accordance with the requirements of the Paris Agreement. Everything is written in text by the Paris Agreement. So your country first needs to set up this institutional infrastructure. You can do it alone, or I'm sure that there are a lot of assistances available at the international level. And based on this, then you go to different sectors, right? Either forestry or energy, and you identify the partner donor countries. In case of Republic of Korea, we are keen in the both, right? And then energy, and then the forestry, right? And then you can start to have some discussions. And then it's always also important both for Korea and the developing countries that who can be the initial contact point, right? That's very important, right? So it needs to be done, of course, through the formal channel of the diplomatic, the mechanism, but also informal. But that's very clear. Sometimes it's a matter of luck, right? But that's very, very important from my limited experiences with African countries, okay? So Congo is a very important country. I know that over the lunch, actually, we discussed about the peatland situation in Congo. That's related current negotiation in the UNFCCC about the definition of the ITMO. I don't know whether, Elo, you are aware of it, sort of the definition about avoidance, whether or not peatland can be included or not to get their funding based on Article 6 or not. There are debates between the African countries and then developed countries, right? Developed countries say no, and Africans say, no, we should include this, right? Otherwise, we will sell this land and they will emit a lot of CO2s, right? There is a fight going on in the negotiations. So you need to identify what are the most likely possible area, right? Peatland comes later because there is some, unclear issues regarding the implementation of the Paris Agreement, but others, right, which are very clear on the Paris Agreement and the rule book of the Paris Agreement, okay? So it was a very good learning session as well, right? And then, as Professor Kang said, evaluation, monitoring is also important, right? You must demonstrate to other donor countries that our country is a good partner, to be able to bring the planned outcomes, right? That we have ability to do so, right? That's very, very important, right? Because this word of the climate ODA will not just a matter of giving the money without asking anything anymore, right? You go to GCF, they will require some of the tens of outcomes that you need to report to them, right? To get the continuous funding from the GCF, for instance. So first starting point is setting up those institutional framework. That applies to every country, though. Okay, so that's the starting point. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing your country's case. Now, I'd like to go to other country. So next presenter is Haptamu Armei Farida from Minister of Finance of Ethiopia. Haptamu, are you here? Secretary, can you load his presentation?
Hello all. Hello.
Hi, Aptamo. Do you hear us? Yes, we hear you now. So floor is yours.
Hello all. I am Aptamo from Ministry of Finance of Ethiopia. Before I am going to talk the Ethiopian context, I will say something about the previous presenters and the discussants. As Professor Kang talked about the ODA, the Korean support to the developing countries like Africa through scholarship opportunities, its monitoring and evaluation on the impact of the educations. The ODA of Korea is increasing from year to year, but the ODA and the climate change response is going separately, and now the Korean government is going to merge or integrate the Korean ODA with the climate change response. This is very important because this win-win approach is working on the development area and on climate change response at a time. So it is very helpful. As we know today, the adverse impact of climate change is a global agenda, and the world political leaders, policy makers, and the governments are working on that, and they are agreed to reduce the global greenhouse emission. On this regard, following is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Ethiopia is efforting to reduce the greenhouse gas emission on our country's aspect. I think you are seeing my slides, right? Hello?
Yes, so you can go ahead.
Yes, the content is I am going to talk a little bit about the country's context, the Ethiopia's response to climate change, the implementation of climate resilience green economy, Article 6, the NDC of Ethiopia and its implementation ways, the Korea's NDC, the Ethiopia and the South Korean cooperation challenges, and finally, I am going to talk about the recommendations. From the country profile, Ethiopia's landlocked, least developed countries in the Horn of Africa. The population is 120 million. This is the largest in the second largest in Africa, and more than 70% are the young people. Around 1.1 million square kilometer of land size. Is the highest coffee production. The largest part of economy are derived from agriculture. One of the oldest, largest livestock population, and Ethiopia is one of the fast-growing economies in Africa, as IMF has reported in 2010. Ethiopia is experiencing in climate changes because of droughts and floods. Also, the temperatures have increased approximately 1 degree Celsius since 1960s. Historically, and the present contribution of global greenhouse gas emission of Ethiopia is minimal. However, following the conventional development path, the other amongst the other things, one is the greenhouse gas emissions are increased from 150 metric ton carbon dioxide in 2010 to 400 metric ton carbon dioxide in 2030. Also, unsustainable use of natural resources, critical challenge in attracting the investment needed to support the project growth. Also, put pressure the foreign currency reserves. Also, in Ethiopian context, the share of greenhouse gas emissions, the largest comes from the forestry and agriculture. And from the industry, transports, and the buildings are around 3%. Following the UNFCCC's agreement, all countries are agreed and pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Ethiopia are working and struggling to towards greening the economy and the sustainable development. From the Ethiopian context, the evolution of Ethiopia's response to climate change. In 2011, climate resilience green economy strategy was launched in South Africa in Durban during the COP of 26. The financial need was estimated around 150 USD billion. And in 2013, the Ethiopian CRGE facility, sectoral CRGE unities was established, and the fast-track investment project was launched. In 2015, Lima partnership was signed, and the first Ethiopian and EINDC was developed, and also the climate resilience green economy and the national development program was integrated. Also in 2016, GCF and the Adaptation Fund was accredited Ministry of Finance as a channel way of climate finance. Also in 2017, Ethiopia ratified Paris agreements. Also, national adaptation program was developed and submitted to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Commission. In 2020, the Climate Resilience Green Economy and the National Development Program, which was called 10-year development program, was integrated, and the NDC was updated and submitted to the UNFCCC. From our climate resilience green economy, our pillars was the four. One is working on crop and livestock, and the other one is protecting and rehabilitating the forestry. The second one was leapfrogging to modern and energy efficiency. The second one is electricity. The main aim of climate resilience green economy of Ethiopia was transforming from conventional development path to green development path. To achieve our climate resilience green economy, we need implementers. Without the financial and technical cooperation of the others, Ethiopia can't meet her vision of middle income, net zero emissions, and NEDC targets. So stakeholders' engagements and the coordination, capacity building, leadership, technology, and the finance was very essential to meet our climate resilience green economy. In terms of finance, carbon trading, domestic investments, international climate finance, bilateral and multilateral development partners, international sectors are welcome to support us to achieve our NDC. In terms of carbon trade, Article 6 is in the center of carbon trade. Article 6 is the principles of our countries, country with countries cooperation. It is one of the window for climate financing. Also, it is promote sustainable development, to promote transboundary cooperation to achieve the goal of the Paris Agreement. Also used as transparency between the countries. So trace emission reductions and removals with one another through bilateral and multilateral agreements as Article 6.2 ITMOs are very essential for my country. The Ethiopian NDC was as the Paris Agreement Article 4, each country should communicate and maintain the successive NDCs that aims to achieve and submit to UNFCCC. The Ethiopian climate resilience green economy aligned with the Ethiopian 10-year perspective development plan. The goal of national adaptation plan is to reduce vulnerability to the impact of climate change by building adaptive capacity and resilience. Also, we have a green legacy initiative, which is part of reforestation and the management of existing forests parts. Ethiopia's the first INDC submitted on June 2015, and the updated one NDC on July 2021. According to Ethiopian NDC, the greenhouse gas emissions was projected in terms of business as usual, conditional and unconditional pathways. It was based on sectors. Our emissions, the largest emissions comes from livestock, and the following is from land use and the climate forestry, and the energy, industries, and the management soils and the wastes. So our target is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 68.8% in terms of business as usual by 2030. To achieve these targets, Ethiopia was set the implementation ways. The first one is finance. Finance is so important to achieve these targets. We need 316 billion USD. 2075.5 was estimated for mitigation. Among these, 80% was conditional. We need from international corporations like Korea and other bilateral and multilateral supporters and partners. The other one is capacity building and the technology transfer. we need the capacity in terms of measuring, reporting, and verification systems and its institutional setup. Also integrates the MRV and the monitoring and evaluation with general national statistical data management system. The other one is policy mechanism and institutional arrangements. The key climate-related mitigation and adaptation indicators have been already included in our key performance indicator of national development plan at the sectoral level. This one is very essential to tracking the implementation of NDC and enrich the database of climate-related intervention. Also, we are going to working with private sectors. Public-private partnership is very essential on this regard. Also, as Ethiopia, we have started to e-vehicles in Ethiopian context. Also, carbon markets. Ethiopia is highly desired to participate in Article 6 of carbon market opportunities to finance for climate issues and for sustainable development. In terms of Republic of Korea, Korea is targeted to reduce 40% of greenhouse gas emission by 2030. The policies that accelerate to achieve its updated 2030 targets and the 2050 goal in accordance.
Sometimes it happens when you have a meeting with someone in Ethiopia. So we can wait a little bit. Okay, I know that probably he's going to talk about the Korean NDC and compared with that of the Ethiopia, and which has recently updated their NDC is a CRG. I know that they recently included livestock sector as one of the major sectors to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I think that's a matter of the methane. And then, traditionally they put forestry as one of the main sectors. And probably he was going to talk about how to cooperate with Republic of Korea in these sectors by utilizing the measures under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Probably because he was heading toward almost the end of his presentation, but when he get connected again, we might see what he is going to say. So in the meantime, what I suggest is to move to the next speaker. Okay, if Secretariat, if Haptamu comes back, please ask him to remain. Okay, after this final presentation, I will give the floor to him. All right. So last speaker is Rehan Ahmed El Sayed Tahun from the Minister of Finance of Arab Republic of Egypt. As you may know that this year, Egypt is a very important country in climate area because they are going to host the UN climate change meeting in early November, right? So Ahmed, are you ready?
Yes, yeah. Good morning, Professor. Hello, I'm ready.
You can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, as I mentioned that I will talk about the case of Egypt. And this is like my agenda. I will talk about a little bit Egypt at a glance and the climate risk profile in Egypt and the indices of Egypt and the major sector affected by the climate change and the cooperation between Egypt and South Korea. Actually also developing cooperation between Egypt and South Korea through GGGI and at the end of my presentation. First, I wanted to talk about just a background about the location of Egypt. It spans over the northeast corner of Africa and the west corner of Asia. It has a land area approximately 1 million square kilometer, and it has a vast desert plateau interrupted by constitute of 27 governorate. It has approximately population of 103 million population. It has a median age of 24, the population, and 20% and 50% of the population under 25 years old, according to CAPMAS. The climate of Egypt is a dry and hot desert climate with a mild winter from November to April and a hot summer from May to October. According to the climate risk profile of Egypt, it is vulnerable and highly vulnerable to climate change due to its primary dependence on the Nile River, which serves needs for potable water, agriculture, industry, fish farming, and the power generation. This dependence on Nile River water makes the country vulnerable to the rising temperature, reduced rainfall for the upper Nile basin, as well as a reduction of rainfall on the East Mediterranean coastal zone. For the climate projections, there is a decrease in precipitation, a likely increase in droughts. Actually, also, there is an increase from 2 Celsius to 3 Celsius in annual temperature by sea and duration of heat waves. This gives like a key climate impact on agriculture, on water, on human health, tourism, and coastal resources. According to the natural disaster in Egypt from the period of 1919 to 2020, Egypt suffered from some natural hazards as shown in the PPT, earthquake, epidemic, extreme temperature, flood, storm, and mass movement. According to the CPI Climate Change Performance Index, Egypt ranked 21 with a score 59.83. This index make the estimation of 60 countries. The yellow color, it means that it is in the medium, and the other colors that it has green gas emissions and renewable energy and energy use and climate policy, and it has a score depends on that. The other index, ND GAIN, the Notre Dame Global Adaptation Initiative, ranked Egypt 107 and with a score 45.1. According to the span of period from 1995 until 2020, Egypt moved from 91 to 107 rank. It means that Egypt is highly vulnerable to climate change impact. Vulnerability was 0.442 and readiness 0.44. And also, according to the Environmental Performance Index, the EPI, Egypt ranked 127 with the score 35, and this change, according to 10-year change, it is estimated by 6.50. This table shows that the carbon dioxide gross ranked by 96 and CH4 gross ranked by 48 and so on according to those gases ranks. Moving to the national greenhouse gas inventory in Egypt, according to the 2006 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. This greenhouse inventory prepared, and it covers actually 4 sectors: energy, industrial process and the product use, agriculture, forestry, and other land use and waste. Egypt anthropogenic greenhouse gas emission breakdown. It constitutes from the carbon dioxide and methane, nitrous oxide, and hydrofluorocarbons, and actually a lot of components. The highest green gas is going to the energy sector, which emitting approximately 64.5% of the total emission for 2015, and the rest goes to the other sectors mentioned before. According to United Nations statistics, the percent of the per capita emissions according to the United Nations estimated by 3.5 carbon dioxide. It is ranked 113, and the per capita emission estimated for 2030, it is 5.1, ranked at 85, and the share of global emission of Egypt, it is calculated by 0.7% and ranked 30. And the share of global emissions 2030, 1.2%, ranked 16. And this graph showing the increase of greenhouse gas emission from 1990 to 2050 for the green gas emission and the per capita emissions and the GHG emissions per GDP. Efforts made by the Egyptian government with regard to climate change, nationally determined contribution, the NDCs. In 2016, the UNFCCC Paris Agreement endorsement is endorsing, and actually Egypt also, in parallel with endorsement of the Paris Agreement, it is launched its strategy and vision 2030. In 2017, the Egyptian Parliament made a ratification on the Paris Agreement and issued the first and submit the first NDCs and activated in 2020. In 2022, Egypt submitted its first updated NDCs to the United Nations. Moving to the major sectors affected by the climate change, we can find that water resources, one of the main sectors impacted by these phenomena: agriculture, fisheries, health, housing, biodiversity, telecommunications, energy, tourism, and coastal zone. Moving to the mitigation policies and actions made by the Egyptian government, including this table, just an example for the projects made by the Egyptian government for the sector of energy. For example, there is a project made to increase the renewable energy contribution to the national electricity generation from 2013 to 2015. This project helped to make green gas reductions by 0.48 million carbon dioxide in 2015, excluding the CDM projects. For the sector of IPPU, the Egyptian Pollution Abatement Project, phase number 2, this project aimed to improve the Egyptian industry compliance with environmental standard and regulation for eligible industries in Greater Cairo and Alexandria, and this will help in increasing the reduction of greenhouse gases to 656.336 carbon dioxide per year. For waste sector, the title of the project, the Egyptian National Solid Waste Management Program. This program, capacity building for government and non-government actors to establish and operate an efficient and cost-effective waste management system at national government rate and local level. The green gases reduction is not estimated yet for this project. And for the last sector related to agriculture, forestry, and other land use, the title of the project, Bioenergy for Sustainable Rural Development. The description of this project is advancing the use of the renewable biomass as an energy resource, and this will help to action 192 approximately over for carbon dioxide over the 20 years lifetime. By the way, in these mitigation policies, I wanted to mention that the Egyptian government issued the green bonds as well as sukuk bonds, which will be made according to Sharia code, in addition to also the Eurobond, to increase the government contribution to the state-backed green investment in the next year budget as a part of the program coinciding with its hosting of the COP27 United Nations Climate Change Conference in the next this year. Completing the going to the cooperation between Egypt and South Korea. Actually, there is like a huge ties between Egypt and the South Korea. There are more than 40 agreements signed between the two countries since 1979 in different fields. I just make just examples of the latest signed agreement between the two countries, memorandum of understanding to conduct a joint visibility study on the trade and the economic partnership between the two countries, and MOU on financial cooperation with the Korean Economic Development Cooperation for the years of 2022 to 2026 with a value of $1 billion. Also a document between the government of Egypt and South Korea regarding $251 million loan from the EDCF to upgrade the Egypt-Luxor High Dam Railway, and mutual letters regarding a non-refundable grant of $7.9 million US. Also, it is noteworthy to mention that not only these agreements that signed between the two countries, but there is also KOICA Egypt. KOICA implemented 20 project period of 1991 to 2019. 90 projects are finished and 2 are ongoing on progress. Total volume of the cooperation finance between Egypt and the KOICA. Egypt received from KOICA around 69 million US dollar from the period of 1991 to 2019. Most of the cooperation focused on vocational training. And on my part, the Ministry of Finance, there is also a number of cooperation agreements and MOUs and technical assistance. Just I wanted to give an example of those projects implemented between KOICA and the Ministry of Finance, a project called the e-procurement system adoption and implementation in Egypt. And these are going nowadays. Developing the cooperation between Egypt and South Korea through GGI, how to get the assistance from South Korea. Actually, when I read about GGI, I become know that this institute provides its members with access to knowledge sharing, good practices, and technical assistance. So Egypt can ask for support from the institute, the mentioned institute, after having its membership. South Korea can help in reviewing the international technological companies that help reaching the best results and reviewing the best practices and example applied to reduce. Sorry, professors. Actually, yeah, just give me a little bit.
Yeah, that's okay. Take your time.
Yeah.
In climate context, Republic of Korea actually didn't know much about the situation in Egypt, and this presentation tells us that there are probably several sectors that two countries may cooperate on, especially as this year there will be a climate change conference, UN conference in Egypt scheduled, and we see some opportunities to come. Anyway, would you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Professor. Sorry for this interruption. Yeah, going back to the development cooperation between Egypt and South Korea through the GGI. I recommend that, as I know that GGGI provides the assistance in sharing knowledge and good practices to Egypt. So Egypt can ask for the support from the institute after having its membership. Also, South Korea can help in reviewing the international technological companies that help reaching the best result and reviewing the best practices and examples applied to reduce carbon emissions. And by the way, as I mentioned, that Egypt hosting the COP27 in regard to the UNFCCC COP27 next November, and the launch of the Egypt National Climate Change Strategies 2050 will create a platform for joint cooperation, building on the Korean experience in green economy applications in all areas such as energy, transport, water, agriculture, industry, and waste recycling. Showing progress in addressing climate change issues in Egypt will encourage the GGGI and the GCF to collaborate with Egypt. Also, prioritized climate change issues would open funding opportunities. A number of gaps going to the gaps that needed to be addressed from the cooperation between the two countries. Actually, it is finance, technology, and the capacity building. The number of gaps that needed to be addressed, data availability, access, and the quality. This is number one. Number two, limited resources for coordinating entity. Number three, the MRV. It is the MRV. It is instituted for monitoring, reporting, and verification institutional barriers. Number four, competent personnel to prepare funding proposal. So support to fill these gaps would be provided by the Global Green Growth Institute. Also, funding is needed for the monitoring and reporting and the verification in order to mobilize for implementation. We need support, financial support from KYCA, from ODA, or other international organization in order to kick off our domestic monitoring and reporting and verification, which with the funding and resources. Going to my recommendation, actually, on the international actions that could be taken by the government of Egypt, it could be actually being a member in the GGGI. It would be an asset and a benefit for my country. Number two, expanding the cooperation fields with South Korea, namely climate change issues. Sorry for that. Number three, asking for funding for adaptation projects to the impacts of climate changes from the GGGI and GCF and KYCA or any other international organization. Also, finding a role model country achieved significant progress in addressing climate change issues. On the side of the local actions that can be taken by the Egyptian country, it would be complementing full transition to the green economy, number one. Number two, using clean goal to reduce emissions. Number 3, increasing environment-friendly industries. Number 4, treating rice, straw, and recycling of wastes. And number 5, participation with the private sector, youth, and civil society is a must. As Professor Chung talked about this bilateral cooperation between the public sector and the private sector, it would be important in order to compete and overcome the global climate issues. We have to make this kind of collaboration and sharing of exerting all needed efforts in order to overcome these severe phenomena that facing the globe, not only my country and any other country, but all the globe. Also, it is time actually to mention that, regarding to the carbon and the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement related to carbon dioxide and decreasing the amount of Egypt to put a price on carbon, while has taken some steps towards developing its sustainability plan. So Egypt should make some progress in this area by establishing a carbon exchange or putting a price on carbon. It would good for the country and help make Egypt an environmental leader in the region. By putting the price on the carbon, it would have an effect of using the market mechanism to reduce emission while generating revenues for the central government at the same time. By making like a kind of carbon trading scheme, the government developed by developing an overall cap on the amount of the emissions permitted from significant from the sector I mentioned before, the energy sector, the building and the construction or transportation sector. Also, because the cost and the invoice of the pollutions and the carbon dioxide emissions and the green gases is very high, as estimations made in Egypt, pollution in Cairo exceeds 1% of GDP, which also significant cost, in addition to the healthcare system costs that is stemming from rising these carbon emissions from power, transportation, and manufacturing. So it is not now the time of building relationship, and it is a time for fighting these phenomena of the climate change. By this, I end my presentation. Thank you so much for inviting me and for my participation in this important event and for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your extensive presentation. Due to time limit, actually, we already overused the time allocated for us. So maybe I know that I will have another chance to provide my comments to both you and Haptamu later on, especially. So I will do that in that occasion. I know that previous speaker just came back to the room. He is online back. So I'd like to give about 3 to 5 minutes maximum. Sorry for that, the time limit, but because of the time that we have to keep, we will give you the floor again so that you can finish your presentation. Haptamu, are you ready?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, you can go ahead. You have about 3 to 5 minutes, okay? I'm sorry, but
Okay.
right. Have any problems in loading your PPT? If you want, you can just give a verbal presentation if you want. You were disconnected when you were on the slide about the Korean NDC. All right, I think we lost him again. Probably what I said regarding the remaining slides of him will be okay. we will have a chance to actually share their PPT later on, so we'll have another chance to take a look at it. Regarding the Egypt, her presentation contains various information, and maybe we can make a little bit focus by selecting several specific issues, and then I'm sure that we can identify some of the potential areas of cooperation between Egypt and the Republic of Korea. Okay, so that brings us to the end of this session. And then there is another session that's a summary and conclusion. Summary is that we did a wonderful discussions. I think we explored many areas. Especially, we found that it's not easy for us to use the ODA in the context of the implementing Paris Agreement, right? Because the climate finance issue area is related to the ODA, but they are not identical. So question, even not only to Korea, also to developing countries, is that how we can actually find a nexus between climate finance and then ODA, right? And then we heard about the several options that we can deal with on this issue, but the real solution can be in the hand of the related governments, especially Republic of Korea. Okay, so once again, thank you very much for your participation today. I do hope that you found interesting and helpful information throughout today's discussions. And then I hope that we will see each other again later on. All right, thank you very much. Especially my final thanks goes to the co-hosting organizations who remain in this room from the beginning until now. Thank you very much. And then maybe the panelists, we can have a quick photo session together, okay?